Huskies. You're not supposed to be here, silly. Oh my god, Maxwell, hi. Slushy. Yo, Jed, how's it going? Hey, Hope, I have put in my reservation for the— oh, yo, Slushy, hell yeah. Like, right on Steam, too? Ajax, hello. Kalani, do you get to see our friendos today, our besties?
I don't know what this is, but it's kind of hot.
It's your mom. Hope I'm into what? Ajax mine? Really? Yeah, that is true. Women. My ma. Yes. Sharp, I hope you're doing well. Did you work today or was it chill? Okay, I think oh wait, hold on. I gotta go live on Blue Sky. Ouch, Stripe. Oh my god, Stripe. I feel like I haven't talked to you in like at least a year. I'm not a diva. Or am I? What's it? Is it your birthday? What's up? What do you mean, Stripe? What do you mean?
You literally don't talk to me ever, cries.
Explodes on you. Go watch Leon. You're totally allowed to watch Leon. Thank you so much for 57 months. That's almost a decade, Stripe. I love you. Ask the flight attendant for if they have like an iPad or a phone or some shit that you can watch two people on. No, I'm joking. Technically, if I were you, I would actually watch a movie. Does your flight, wait, Chrono, does your flight have the seats with the screens in front so you could like just like watch whatever you want? Sharp, thank you. You're so sweet. Dusk, 5 years? I thought we just met. Not like that, Pebble. I mean, I'd hope. 2 months with an Alice sub? Oh my god, I'm so blessed. Thank you, Alice. I hope you're doing well, Alice.
Subbytewiltsy 15 pombyte subbytewiltsy
But
15
youch!
15 pombyte.
Finlay, thank you so much for checking in. Did I not do... I thought I went live. Oh, I did go live. That's okay, Duskies. No, I beat the screen. Yo, oh my god, Daniel, you too? 11 months? Holy shit. Wah! Yes, the cat. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you, Daniel. Thank you so much. Dude, Alice, today, I don't know what it's with today, but I am fighting for my life to stay awake today. I truly am. And I can't, that's fair. It's good to see everyone. Oh my god. I missed you all. Banana Tune. Ring, 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 ring. Banana Tune. Ring, ring. Banana Tune. Yo, Dual Rabbit, what's shaking? Okay. Okay, I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready to kind of show myself. I better not be small. I better not be... Oh, ew, I forgot to even look at this screen. Hi, ISO. Yo, ISO. ISO, ISO, ISO. Guys, it's Wide Bob Horror Night today. And I'm trying to wake up. I have a second coffee. I hope my Bastion, you're so sweet. I need that. Wait, I need that video. Yeah, you didn't even quote. I need to find. I know what you meant by Bastion, but all I can think of is the Bastion. All I can think of is the Bastion video in Overwatch. And store what? Oh, ISO's here. Time to go watch the. Wow! That's okay. Snuggle, snuggle, snuggle. I need to download this video. YouTube and put it in my. I'm putting it in my Voice of the Void save file. I've been hauling back the good type of medicine. Good type of medicine? Wait, we like that. Squashes you, Ajax. Yeah, everyone take your damn meds. I took mine already, so I completely forgot to remind everybody else. What will you have then? Oh, Buckley's. I actually like Buckley's. I used to hate it. But I started like actually liking it. Just because I know it's gonna kick my ass in the good way. Okay, perfect. Download this video. Wait. Guys, I'm actually gonna play a couple horror games today. I know Vatava is one. Who's writing? Wait a second. Where's my announcements? Alice, the bite is crazy in the Discord. Pin me? Oh my god, Toshi. This one straight up tastes like condensed pine needles. Ugh. Okay. What was I doing? I forgot what I was doing. I forgot what I was doing. I was adding a video. Thank you.
Lizard,
It's
lizard,
Viney.
lizard,
Was
lizard,
12
lizard,
months
lizard,
ago.
lizard,
Medium
lizard, lizard.
raspy.
Mead. What are you doing, Mead? In the beginning, you have subscribed, subscribed for at least a decade. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Mom! Hello, Paigey. Scrabbled. Plops through the roof? Golly, am I a lucky girl for having you come through my roof. Subscribed. How do I access my save shit again? Oh, local. It's always local app data. I keep forgetting. CUM. See you next time. It's like that little girl who writes.
I mean,
Oh.
I knew you would come.
Mead, I swear to God.
You've come.
Oh, Mead.
Come.
Mead, a Marmamoo. If I was a Marmamoo, what type of mead would I be? This was called Bastion. There we go. Oh, it works perfectly. No, you're not. See you next time. Yeah, it spells cut. We'll come over to Hope and sit on her lap. I need to be slapped till we wake up. Hey, Hope, is it bad if I taste iron when I cough? I'm not a doctor, but kinda. Is anything actually actively coming out of your mouth? Like, I would be more concerned if stuff was coming out as you were coughing. All right. I said that. Oh yeah, I'm not a doctor. I would monitor yourself though. If this is the first time, if it's something that persists, I would be like, yeah, I was about to say. You're not a doctor? Damn. That's what the doctor says when I felt two hands on my shoulders. Alex, I found a really scary game that you have to play it with me, okay? I don't want to be scared. I don't want to be a sweardo. Is feel good? Feel good. It's probably because the phlegm is not clear. Ew, Papple. Licks your lungs clean. Is feel good law? I didn't know it was a Ouija. Oh my God, Meat, are you okay? Alex anymore sometimes. Alice, you're a girl. It's okay. Sometimes I misgender myself and I laugh. Oh, guys, I'm fighting for my. I hope I don't think you do, sweetheart. Again, just monitor yourself. You should be okay. Oh, Alexandria. Okay, no. Oh, then fog me, I guess. But no, I think you're fine. I think you're fine. Paigey. But like I said, just monitor if anything comes out, but Dude, I used to have one of those internal retainers, but it broke. Apple, what is that emote? Twerk. Show me how you twerk. All right, do we have anything to look at today? I don't know. I don't think we have anything to look at today. What is this on my YouTube recommended?
I still hear your voice when you sleep next to me. I still feel your touch in my dreams.
Frank Watkinson?
Forgive
Guys,
my weakness.
this just appeared on my timeline while I was looking for like any game
Without
previews.
you, it's hard to survive.
Hey,
'Cause
hey.
every time we touch, I get this feeling.
W cover.
And
Hope
every
you
time we
say that
kiss,
every time I use this. I do.
Can't you feel my heart?
He uploaded this on April 30th. Holy.
I want this to last. Need you by my side.
Leon.
If not, honestly, being here is more than enough. Trust me. I would never just.
W, thank you so much, KO Star,
Why
for
is
the
Hope larger
raid.
than usual? Also, hi Hope.
I am so big right now. I'm so big. Anyways, I was looking for games. I was looking for games, guys. KO Star, make my hi, sweetie. How are you, KO? It's great to see you. Do you watch a lot of? I watch a lot of what music? Oh, giant mom is inflated. I am inflated. A little, only just a wee bit. Now I messed up. Hi, thank you so much for the raid. What were you playing, sweetheart? Step on them barrel beans. Oh no, I'm sorry, Chrono. Doing music things? Ooh. Hi, Drinwin, how are you? You're so cute and so sweet and so mwah, 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 mwah. All right, where's my music? Where's my music? There. Am I trying to hang out here for a bit? That's fair. I'll get ready for August 7th. What is August? It's gonna be a dope drop day. Shit, I want to get back into making music. I feel bad because I'm sitting on a song that I'm not finished yet, but I don't know what I want to do with it, you know? I'll figure it out though. I'll figure it out. Noel, I ate all the food. 6-7! Dwin, 6-7! 6-7! Hi, Dwin, how are you? I want to see you. I want to see you dance, Wilson. 6 even, yeah. I want to see you dance, Dwin. Did I scare you? You're just warming me up. You spooked me a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. Head pats? Okay. Fucking squishes you. Squishes your face in both my paws and then does the whole like squishy squishies with my fingers.
I knew you would.
Yeah!
You've come.
Let's
I
go! Wilson, I swear to gosh, how are you? All right. I picked up a new game. Guys. So I am still gonna play. Voices of the Void, but I wanted to play a spooky game first. Loki hits the gritty on Hope. Oh my god. Loker genuinely. Paul Mouse, that sounds excited. Yeah, Finley, exactly like that. So yeah, we're gonna play Dread Neighbor. Man, I should get back into music. Hi Pose, how are you? It's weed time, Pose. It's gummy time. It's Boshy time. I want to be the Boshy, guys. Weed time. Weed time. I'm gonna play this spooky game. I'm scared. I heard of it, but never seen it. Yeah, it came out. Did it come out recently, I think? Oh, shit. I don't, guys, I don't know if I like this guy. I don't know. I can't. What is the, I can't read English, please. Medium. Is it good? How is it? Oh, I'll make myself smaller too. Cause I'm the first member of the D. I want to see you play Boshy and see how much you rage. Lizard, hello, how's it going? It's the DoorDash salesman. Thank you for the lurk. You say no else, but I'm sitting here waiting for 50 different variations of shit in my asshole to come out. Oh my god. Of the D-list crew. Yeah, that's right. You're right. I don't have a D word. I forgot. All right, guys. Well, welcome. Wait, how does he do it? Welcome, everybody. My name is PewDiePie. And we're back with another episode of A Dread Neighbor. Zenato, hi. Oh my god, Zenato. You never messaged me last night. Beats you up. You never texted me last night. Fists your ear hole. Bah, bah, bah. Nurse, it's going well. I hope you're doing well. Okay, welcome. PewDiePie. PewDiePie. I can't do his thing anymore. I used to be able to do it. I said, can I stop getting auto-modded? Yeah, 1 second. I don't know how you get auto-modded.
Now the main problem area is
what if no wait, no, I'm not that PewDiePie. Wait. Aurelia, talk to me. Actually, girly, I need answers from you, girly. Do you like playing game lobbies in VR chat? You requested off of me. And I was in like a pretty big lobby of like friends. Some I knew, some I didn't know. But we were shooting each other. Thank you, Noel. I appreciate it. I was dead. That's okay. That's okay. Guys. Where's the sound? Hello? Yeah? Did you hear my question? Just to make you barely visible. No, thank you. In polite company. Wow! No, you can't say that to Kinji. He will eat you. I'm hungry. Why the corgi cam? We love corgi cam in here. I love corgi so much. Bark, 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 bark. Oh, okay. As long as I have friends. Okay, W. Sorry, I meant to change my. I'm so bad at changing my statuses. W corgi. I'm a. Do you dare me to? Is he's streaming right now? I'll go into his channel and be like, I sim for you. Have my baby's corgi cam. You just came from corgi cam, dude. He's such. I want to be the bossy in his streams, guys. Where's the sound, guys? How do you have? How it's 2026, 2024. How do you not have sound design in your game, like where I can fuck with the sound? Now I have to alt tab, go to the window, open volume mixer, find the game and lower it at about 80%. We'll see if how bad is it. Get better. Super Shama Lama Dama. Super Lama Ding Dong. Super name Lily. Pleasant Harbor Apartments. Guys, you know what we always do? We have to rate the apartment we live in. Would you live here, guys? Check it. How we feeling? We're kind of scuzzy. We're kind of scuzzy, though. It's so fucking dark, dude. Beats mine? You think so? We have a kitchen. The kitchen's not bad. Why is it so dark? Would live here? It has a little charm. 5 out of 10. Holy! Why does it blink?
I rate it a 9/11.
You can't do that. Surpass? Oh my god! I have surpose and I also have surpass. I think the mold would end me. Honestly, there's probably 100 mold. You got a bed too, W. Why did the glass shatter out of nowhere? I don't know. My phone's ringing. Guys, where's my phone? It's in the toilet? Who keeps their phone in the toilet? Be safe, Trinwin. Have a good work day. Hello? Why is my phone in here? I don't know. Did I drop it without noticing? Ouch. It's completely broken now. I'll just rest for today. Maybe take it in for repair tomorrow. Psst. Same here, Shabby. Same here. What does she want? There's an axe in here. Guys, someone might be under my bed. No axe for you. Guys, I'm hiding my eyes. Ah! Oh shit, don't jump scare me. What is that under there? It's me, sorry. It's a key. Hi from Fwa. Akram, you're at Fwa? I'm so jealous. Hi, how are you? Are you in your room right now? Are you chilling? What are you doing in my stream? I better check the house one more time. Oh my god, feed me fries. Hello? Hello? Oh shit. So I'm here. Guys, you go first. You go first. Ah! Guys. Hello? I'm so nervous. These noises are driving me mad. Dude, I'm so nervous. Also, what to see, they said I'm just overworked and too anxious. I'm getting out of here. I'm moving. I should just rest. Where's my bed, guys? No, you first. Oh, shit. We did it. Why am I so nervous? Guys, today, why am I so nervous? I comfort, please do. Slimes out? What does that mean? Did you sleep well? I did. Whoa! Hey, yo! Hey, yo! I did have my meds and everything. What was that? If not stress and anxiety, I'm a little bit.
But I think this guy's a lost cause. He's obviously made up his mind. Why don't we just cut our losses and get out of here?
Guys, can you guys see anything? Yes or no? Oh, you right. You right. Dropping off. Yo, take care. I love you, Chrono. Hello? Anybody here? The mirror's faced away. Wait, can we admire how we're holding? Could we actually admire how we're holding the lighter? I don't know. It's just like a nice little quality of life thing. My teddy bear's in here. Oh, the bleach came out. Yes? I actually like little, like just... Hello? Hello? The boss, what is that? What is that emo? Guys, do you see? What do you see behind the curtain? What do you see? Right, Alex, that's what I'm saying. It's me. Oh, it's just Lost Live, guys. Okay, get it. Everybody get in. The Omni droid from The Incredibles. Little guy. Why is the bathtub so filthy? Maybe clean it? Oh my god, Visage was actually, like, terrifying. Has anybody actually played that game, not gonna lie? Okay, we're gonna spin around and hope something isn't behind us. Ah! What's his light source? Even bro has a light source. Dodgy, thank you for the lurk. Welcome on in. All right. I'm brave. I didn't find anything. Am I just being a little paranoid? Absolutely. My head hurts so much. I should just go back to sleep again. Gee, oh, there's a... that looks like an axe. The TV turned on, guys. The TV turned on. Whoa, since when did I have a flat screen? Did we have a flat screen, guys? There's someone behind me. Oh! Yeah, forget
I'm
food.
telling you, just give me food and I'll stop pranking you. Maybe we'll see. Also,
Say on Costco. Oh, you guys got it for me. Thank you. It was not functional. It had a creepy dude. Guys, it had a creepy dude on the TV. There is someone actively under my bed. Dylan, welcome on in. Don't make me walk through this house again, Pose. Is this a nightmare? I'm gonna. So that's, bro, finally. Hello, neighbor stream. Guys, New Hello Neighbor update just dropped immediately. No, it's not that. New Hello Neighbor. What is that? Whoa. Do you think this is a real place? Can you no, pose? Nope. Nope. Paper bag. Paper bag. Hello Neighbor Alpha was better than any of the games. Wait, why is that real, Stripe? Hold on. Hold on. Why is that real? The Hello Neighbor Alpha was actually low-key better than the full release. I actually never played the full release. What would you guys rate Hello Neighbor? Did anybody play that? Did you guys like that? Hi Smokey, welcome on in. It's been raining non-stop lately. If it weren't for fixing my phone, I wouldn't get, but my phone still isn't fixed today. What are we fixing it for? I'm hungry, help Mom. I wish I could. YouTube I watched, he hated it. Not even like 2 weeks ago. What did he like about it? Was it just like too... Now, remember when they released... Guys, there's footsteps. Why? Are you okay, buddy? Ain't no way. I still haven't played it, but I worked at IGN. Stop. Stop, please. No, please stop. Guys, I don't want him to come in. Why is he? Stop. Hello? Who's there? Are we just gonna take the stairs? No way. Guys, why the scream? I'm already like aware. Wait. Lock in, guys. Wait, I want Addict to make a horror game. Oh, give me that fucking toy. My apartment's broken into. Let's say fine. Okay, give me 5. I need to go downstairs and call the police fast. Where is town? I can't even see in this game, guys. Ah! I am so on edge. Guys, I feel in my heart. I want to play Voices of the Void again. Is he taking me back to bed? Oh. Witness the death of the first victim.
I don't know what this is, but
It's not Fiddler. Oh. Time for Hello Kitty's racing go-karts, right? Alex, do you remember Shipwreck 64 and how uncomfortable that was? No. Let's see how far. Okay, Anna. So we're at a fashion design. We're the next victim. What am I doing? What am I, dude? Anyone else doing this in their chair right now? Just, oh, I just can see the full back of their chair. That's strange. You would be calling this way. Just answer or don't. In it. Oh, we're just working. I should keep working. Stop. 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 Darkies. Short people like. Stop.
Hope lurk.
Zarkies, thank you so much, sweetie, for 2 months. I love you. Zarkies? What is that? It's gonna jump scare me again. He's dragging his axe. He's inside of me. He's inside of me right now. Ah! He's in my right ear. No, I don't want to go anywhere. Just kill me. Do you hear that? Oh. Hope you could fit a double-decker bus inside of you. He's just, what does that mean? Bro, he ain't the thinker. Nah. It means you're I'm not. Switch on the mains. The mains to what? Dude, I'm actually an OP fashion designer, guys. Though this looks more like a carpet. This more looks like something you would walk on, honestly, instead of walk in, if you know what I'm saying. What is that? What is me looking up at someone? Why am I so short? Wait, who said that? You're so right. I'm so short. W clips, by the way. The escaped murderer remains at large. Thought YouTube used to it. Oh, thought I'd be used to it. Why did I say YouTube? Guys, I'm on that YouTube grind, that side stuff grind. I'm posting a video every day. It's not as edited, but like you can at least get highlights of the games I play if you want to skip the yap. Let's see how far this goes. You can see my Star Fox reaction today. Why would we want to? I don't know. Well, some people just want to see like maybe like a gameplay through something. So I've just noticed it's a trend lately in posting YouTube. Yeah, you mean you have to be here for? You don't gotta yap. You don't gotta watch me yap at all. Ain't skipping that gap. I thought someone was actually in my seat. Wait, so where are we going? Can I have objective markers, please? Bro actually might as well just come for me at this point. We're gaping. I want fries so bad. I could just think of the fries Akram is eating right now. And oh. Oh wait, is it going down everywhere I look? If I didn't devastate those things? Oh. Dude, my last con, was it with Stripe? No. Stripe, was it with Stripe? It was with Stripe. Not Vancouver? Who was I with at Vancouver? Oh my god, rest up, sweetie. I hope you're okay, honey. Let me know if you need anything, Paigey. I'll do my best. Love you too. When was Jaunty with us? That's weird. There's no one anywhere. Morning, Stephen Mucario. Straight to the well, where's the warehouse? You got that cool I swear to God. Good morning, Stephen. How are you? All right, let's keep going. I need to check. W game though already for giving me the spooks. One of these mannequins is gonna move. It has to. Akram, wait, Akram. Wait, was there someone there? If you end up seeing Sheeb, say hi to him for me. If you know who Sheeb is. And if you see a random skull dog friend named Searing, say you know Hope and ask him for a trading card. Oh, what did my girl say? Guys, did anybody keep up with the plot? Pick Trinket up, Hope? Oh, okay. Okay, you have to pick Trinket up. Who are you? One arm? If it's you again, I'm calling the police. I don't like the breathing in the ear. Now to throw the shark, do it. Why is there a red light over here? Why am I asking so many questions, friends? Tabernacle. Guys, did that chair get anyone? Or was it just me? Was it just me? Such a baby. Zarkis, you come over right here. Zarkis, what do you mean? You haven't been to workout. You're the baby. Don't fucking come in here. No, it's okay, Zarkis. It's okay. I'm teasing you. Oh, I'm a baby breast. Jesus Christ. Me when I'm Homelander. Guys, he's coming for me. Just kill me at this point already. Oh, shit. Shit ass. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Oh no, Akram. Guys, we have to behave yourself. Turn your phone on again. Oh, thank you. Lionheart, hello, thank you for the lurk. Stairs time.
Come. I mean,
What do I
I knew
have?
you would come, but you've come.
B. Oh, be high.
Come.
No, guys, say hi to YouTube, by the way. This is going on YouTube. Oh, he always does this. He always lures us with the plushie before he destroys us. Hi, YouTube. Leon, how are you listening to me? Shouldn't you be streaming? No, don't swear on YouTube. I'm trying to get monetized, bro. Can I stream? I can do both. Can your stream hear me? What is that? Maybe we can just be friends. Should I get closer? Yeah, thank you. Heck, YouTube. There we go. Thank you, Iaru. Iaru, are you a circle now? No, it's not even a chat. I'm not even streaming on YouTube. Dude, W circles. Iaru, once upon a time, Iaru was a Pandaren. And then they were like, F that, circles sound neat. Merp. They'll know. Yeah, now I'm gonna have to crop you guys. Have you? No, show me. I used to be. Wait, what the shit? Wait, DMs. Send me. Or send it here. DMs probably does, so I can pull it up easier. I used to be a black and white wolf. Oh, are you walking away? You're so nice. Oh, and he even opened the door for me. What if I crop you? What happened? Oh, I can't run. I can't run, guys. How tall was that building? Was I not on the 5th floor? Wait, was I supposed to survive that? I think I was supposed to survive that. Yo, take care, Rackham. I wish I could see you. Oh, I'm so jealous. I have to boot up Second Life. Oh my god. Just run. Just run. He's catching up so fast. He is catching up so fast. Like, slow him down. Slow him down. He's in me. He's inside of me as we speak. What am I supposed to do? Guys, he's actively inside of me. No. No, I can't talk about Phoenix Fear. I mean, I don't know. I didn't know what it was used for. Everyone just told me to boot it up. We made it! Mizuki! Kenji, no, you can't say that. Pose, how do you... You're not supposed to know. You're not supposed to know the ancient texts that is Second Life, or better yet, Arcadia. Mizuki, welcome on in. We're playing spooky games. Hello. Maybe I was higher than I thought. No, I didn't though. I didn't. I ran Catsnip. What do you mean? Wait, how do I get there? What do you mean? I think the first person was scripted to die. I do know what it was, yes. Oh, but I fell in love in that world. Well, actually, no. Who did I thought I had a crush on somebody, but they always like went to that area. I was smitten, Stripe. But like you never fall in love with someone you meet at that area. Because you know why they're there. You know why they're there. Was it me? I don't think you were this. You know what though? That's the scary part, Addict, because they were from the UK. You're in love with the cocoa. Ew. How do I get the key? Wait, do y'all know where the key is? Your experience with UK people never go well, TBH. Kinda. No, I'm joking. My bestie is from UK. How could you say that about yourself too? Where do I go, guys? How am I grabbing that key? How are we grabbing that key? I have the guy key. They either become me, Alex, or one of the island's VIP. Stop. I'm lost. Oh, wait, we found the keys. W keys, guys. W keys. What is that? Why'd you say me? They either become me, Alex, or one. Wait, what does that mean? That's Alex. Why is that? Oh, he just. Thanks, typo, but not wrong. They're going to go give them a hug. Oh, how does he move so fast? You know, like, how does he move so fast? Oh, that was just like a slight skill. I was a rabbit. You were a rabbit. I was a Lupin. Was I? I don't know. I did the wolf pack stuff. That's a history that like I should revisit. I used to know somebody who who had an old machine and they have a YouTube channel or something, but this old machine has like stored old Furcadia dreams in it. And he goes explores these empty dreams. Oh, we're a fisher. Oh, wait, guys, someone remind me I need to play that new fishing game from what was it? The Chilla's Art Games, guys. Chilla Art Game. Remind me. I should like wishlist it. Can I fish more? How to fit? Oh. Yeah, pose. Do you guys like it when I move fast? So I might see a Chucksy. Oh, what is the fishing one called, guys? Kinji, what's the fishing one called? Oh, a dead fish? How did it bite? That's bad luck. No way. Hello? Hello? My fishing line is kind of nice. Is it actually, guys, the fishing knowledge, is it OP to go fishing in the night? Oh, I didn't even see that. Guess I'll head back just like that. I'm not gonna take my fishing equipment. We're leaving it. You know what? If I heard sounds too, I would leave. I don't belong here. I'm done. I'm gone. I could buy a new fishing pole. Bump. So no one can see you do a bump. Stop. Stop. Did you guys hear that? Please. Please, please, please. No, I'm ignoring it. I'm just going home. I'm just going home. Thanks. Thanks for your offer. Nope, I'm not going for a swim. Thanks. Oh God, Alex, hold my hand. Alex, Alex. It's the Alex time. What's he? Oh, he's just dumping them. Are those filled with bodies? He saw me. So why is this a creepy neighbor, guys? Like, what? Only one. Oh, ah. Oh. How, bro? Bro he didn't even like spend any time scaring this victim. He spent no time scaring this victim. Today is the only thing worth being happy about. Like, I've been feeling really uneasy today. Oh, Sherry, you live where the first girl lived. It's like but at least I'm finally moving out. All the misery here will be over soon. Oh, Sherry. What do you mean? Honestly, if I felt watched in my place, I would find somewhere else to live. Can I be so real with you guys? I'm so out. Like, if that was your neighbor, guys, and you saw him once, would you not move out? Genuine question. Ain't no way. But we're already in your thanks. It's just the door closing. We're on the 3rd floor, guys. I left my keys at the... You're at... What do you mean? I remember the spare key is around. Thank God. Let me guess, it's gone because the creepy neighbor, guys. Is anyone going to escape the creepy neighbor? Hello. Ew, it deflated my key out of it. Finlay, thank you. Why so dark? I guess we're saving power. There are candles in the room. Regarding the recent cases of missing women. Hey, wait, what about the one dude? Was there not a guy? Can we also... Oh... You want me to go in there? It actively wants me to go in there. I only see... Okay. I'm so stressed. I'd give you a hug if I could. I wish. I'm so stressed. I don't do horror games. If I had a choice, I wouldn't do them anymore. But you guys love these. And I love them too. I'm a little bit of a masochist. There's blood? Get out of there. Just taking a shit. Who didn't flush the toilet, Joshy? After taking a shit? What is that kind of storage? Wait, does anybody have one of these? What do you call this? I did, sorry. Blame Alex. It was effing one of yours. That's rather unpleasant. I've got something. Dude, Alex, I feel like you about a few days ago right now. Yeah. Alex. Dude, don't kill this girl. Like, it's on her birthday. She lives probably a shitty 9 to 9 job because it's late at night. I literally went to work. You know. Bonne fête à moi. Shake that ass one more time. I'm not looking. I'm just gonna enjoy my birthday. I'm enjoying my birthday. I'm enjoying my birthday. Bow bow, I'm enjoying my birthday. Who's Sir David Attenborough? Burrows. Oh, was he singing for me? Oh. Was he trying to sing for me? You don't gotta do this, brother. It was my birthday. Ew. What am I? What is that? It's my birthday. I mean, it's not my birthday. Oh, shit. Lock in, girl. We gotta get out of here. She ain't alive. We lock in. We have a chance. Escape. Escape. There's another door over there, I just realized. Guys, where do we go? Where do we go? Oh, we're cooked. Asriel, we're cooked. Oh, at least this guy is as slow as me too. If he comes chasing me, he's like a little fast, but oh my god, we're making noise. He has meat sacks? Oh! What do you mean? What was the scary thing? Oh, thank you. We observed an object at the same time? Ew. I'm so nervous, guys. Ah! Don't do that. Why'd she look at me? Dwin, send more dancing ferrets. We'll find Did I hear a cat? I can't even tell if that was IRL or in-game. Hello. Thank you. Dance, 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 dance. Oh shit. He's so fast. What was I supposed to do? Did you see him go like... Am I dead? Ah. Hell yeah, Joshi. No, I became one of them. No. And she looked at me, Sherry. My birth. I did hear a cat. Oh no, is the cat a playable character? Oops, yeah, the cat is a playable character. It just shot itself. What is that? Why do I have black mold? Ever since I was little, I've been able to see things other people can't. Because of that, I've always been distant. In this apartment, I greet many souls gather. And now, oh great, I can't read. And now there are eyes growing on my ceiling.
Come.
What would you do?
I knew you would come, but
I didn't move into some kind of haunted place. Did I?
Come.
Did I? Did I, Mega? Did I? Be prepared, be prepared. That's a giant, catch it there. Be prepared. Be prepared. It'll cost you a tenner. Why do you sound like a butcher? I come. Thank you, Mega. I appreciate you. How are you? Mega, I actually need you here because this game is actually scary. Have you seen this game? It just came out. It's been getting a little bit of attention. I have? Wait, you watched Hoodwinked? Yes, and the goat who's casted a spell that's supposed to rhyme or whatever. That's my vocal stim. Butcher and Tech Knight. Wait, who's Tech Knight? I thought that, no. That movie, was Hoodwinked 2 good? Didn't they have a second movie? I can't even remember if Hoodwinked 2 was like actually good. The BDSM, what? Meeting the sister? Ah, it's the lady from next door. She doesn't seem very approachable. No, Noel, no. Hoodwinked. We don't talk. Oh, okay. We don't talk about Hoodwinked 2. It doesn't exist. Dude, speaking of Hoodwinked, y'all is the Playboy Mansion still a thing? Hi, we talk about random things on this channel if you're new here. Oh, Tech Knight. Oh my god, from The Boys. I remember. Dude, that scene was so funny. He was like, you can't break me. I'm like, he had such like a you can't break me attitude, but then they started using his money to donate to charities. Yeah, it's from the series from The Boys. It's super good. Oh no. Where's my cat? You have to be like, it's a bit gruesome at times. Okay. Okay, Mizuki, I thought the same thing too. Like maybe I'm an ass, but like I feel bad because I would have sent some to myself. But maybe they just didn't want to be like tracked or whatever. I don't know, but I thought the same thing, Mizuki. I thought like, dude, I would pay off my debt. Dude, where is a billionaire that would just look at my debt and go, yeah, well, let's pay it off for her. Let's pay it off for her. Give her a little like $1,000 as a treat. I won't ask for much. I won't ask for much. Just, I'm sure a billionaire could spare me a little bit, you know. At this point, I'll take $5 towards my debt, you know. No, just a quick grand, exactly. The one with the superhero J. Jonah Jameson? No, I don't. Just a cheeky grand. I know maybe that's why I'm not a billionaire though, because I know there's more eyes growing on here. Type what? It's scary enough. I don't need the screams. Maybe that's why I'm not, because I would share it too much. The void yearns for attention and food. Why are they all staring upstairs? Are they staring upstairs? They're trying to warn me about something. Maybe I should take guidance. If I'm somebody who can see spirits, maybe I should like be aware. But my character first wants to take a shit and go to bed. Guys, do you poop with the door open or closed? Oh, my door is closed. It was funny, That is true, Mizuki. I have cats. I don't get a choice. But you live like alone, I think, right? Or wrong? Lucky? Oh shit. Oh shit. What, Lucky? Stop. What, baby? What's up? No, if he comes after my cat, I'm gonna be pissed. Case in point, cat. Shit yourself now. Oh, he was up there. Oh my god, my cat. Bro, stop taking a shit. I gotta shit now, Casper. Get up, girly. My gosh. Guys, you know fully... Oh, Sark. You know fully well Zarkios is gonna be on the other side of this door. Oh, it's just a package. But I haven't bought anything. No, I would skip wiping. If somebody was trying to break in. Nice package, Zarkios. Please help me, eyes. I hope the Zashi. No, I can't. Oh no, it's the plushie. The mansion was gonna be demolished, but was sold to another, and now is used for business. Saving it for the discussion. It will be open soon. Is it by the same dude? Taste my unwashed. Really dirty. One of the wireless doorbells, but with a recordable message you have with a button in the and then you hear knocking, you press it. I'm in the bathroom right now, right? Oh, he died. That's strange. See the eyes, they're looking at it. They know. Oh! They know what's good. It's a plushie. It's a bird. It knows what's good. Return to sender. Was it delivered to the wrong person? It's too late. I'll ask the neighbor again tomorrow. So I'm going to bed. Really? We can feed our cat. W. We just changed the ending of the game for feeding our cat. Man, my place is scuzzy. Butterfly effect. Yeah, if I was playing Until Dawn, you would have heard that like, woo. Hello? Guys, I'm hiding my eyes. You guys look first. Oh, it's just my cat. True. That's... Why would someone answer a random payphone? Hello? Hello? What do you mean? Let's go home. Where's home? Game, please guide me. Where would a working payphone? Apparently, well, I think we're in China. Somewhere in China, there's a working payphone. My mom sells it clocked onto this. That's so annoying. L brother, am I right, Alex? I would stand near my animals to feel protected. For them to feel protected, for me to feel protected. Isn't that a sign? I think dogs do that too. Dogs will sometimes look at you when they go to the bathroom because it's like a sign of like they're making sure you're watching out for them. Oh. Are you okay? And that's the same thing, like when you go to the bathroom, they'll like sometimes dogs who come by near your door. Hope, are you okay? No, I'm not. I hate this game, Zara. This game's so unsettling. He's just gooning. Oh, it's just a suitcase. Oh, God. Lixuzar, how are you feeling? I know you've been like up and down lately, sweetheart. Are you feeling like a little better, or is there like W Zara friends? Check out Zara, W streamer. Hi lady, I actually feel safe with you. I'm not even scared by this girl. I actually feel safe. 2 more weeks, shit, dude. Are you like having to make hospital visits, or actually put your butterfly? That's a loose. Yeah, the butterfly effect movie was a little funky. Hi, furry gamer. What is this? A complaint letter? A bad smell is coming from my room. How could that be? I clean it every day. I literally do. I clean it every day. You know me. Check for me. Is it the eyeballs that are smelling? Eyeballs, are you making it smell in here? Wherever it smells bad. Why does it smell bad here? I'll do the best I can. No, I appreciate that, Lovey. If you need to do what you need to do, sweetheart. We're all here supporting you no matter what. We got you. Oh, I took a fat shit earlier. Crimson Desert is pretty fun. No, this skipped a day. And the cat litter too. Bro, my cat took a fat shit too. I'm just taking a stinker. Oh, the plushie moved in. Dude, right? Okay, but what? There's always the lingering strange smell. What is it? The cat shit? What if there's... Yo, have you ever reached behind? Have you ever reached behind and wiped and nothing was there? No, you're okay, Freddy Gamer. Like the cat in Scary Movie 2. Oh my god. I can't wait for the new Scary Movie. He got in. Wait, I think he got in. Wait, it's our friend. Girly Pop, are you okay? Don't make her creepy. She's literally our friend. Like, she actually, like, is chill. Yeah, nasty. It gets one in the journal, goes back to it's just then we cut back to the present day. The other inmates seem to act like the injury is new. Right, that's true. Yeah, nasty. All right. You know what? I'm comfortable now. I've warmed up to this game. I think I'm kind of comfy now. W horror game, guys. Let me help you. Oh! What the shit? I appreciate you so much, Zara. Dude, same. Bro, my soul left my body and then came back in almost immediately. Maris, wow, the cheek stretches. I love him. Wow. I hope they crashed and burn trying to rebrand. What? Who? I'll scratch it. I love them when they're stretched like that. What is wrong with my... Is my cat okay? It's a mouse. It's the hantavirus. Oh shit, the eyes. Bro, it's not me creating these. Oh shit. Is that working? What's wrong with my apartment? Guys, why would you live in here? Yes. W. Perfect the guy. Thank you for adding those emotes. The eyeballs don't go away, guys. Yes, Maris. But that's the thing, type. When your apartment is possessed, but low genuinely, The housing market is shit, so you just have to like live with it. Ghosts are trying to spook you and you're just like, it's not worth it being scared. Sorry, bro, I'm not scared. What's scary is looking at my rental bill every... I love you. Yo, Zeb, how's it going? Good to see you. Still waiting for my turn to add emotes. Okay, sorry. Hold on. Remind me after the game. Wolfen, how was the collab? Where's my cat? I'm alive. I spare. What is that emote? Oh, there. I just sweep. Not again. Good. Let's see, either you help with that or I'm getting seen up. Yeah. I'm gonna summon the demon that even we're all afraid of. Now. Hello? Hello? There's eyes looking at the teddy bear. Bye, furry gamer. What? Me when I see your eyes IRL? There's eyeballs everywhere. Do you see them? They're all looking that way. It should have put together a Netflix series going Mary that I found at a wait, what? You're putting together a Netflix series? Ooh. I want to make, guys, I want to film a show in VR or something and get people to watch it. I don't know where to start. There's someone crying at my door. Hello? It's a girl. Are you okay? I'm here. Sirius, I love you. I hope you're doing well, girly. Thank you. She wants me to look up. Should I look up? Type 1 in the chat if I should look up. Type 2 in the chat if I shouldn't. Type 3 in the chat if you don't understand the question. Type 4 in the chat if you like turtles. Do it with the 5. I'm here to help you. You could be nice to me. Why am I moving like molasses? Why am I moving like molasses, guys? Type 5 in the chat if you... Oh, my lordy lord! Dude, this is her apartment. I see my dead neighbor every day. Why is she trying to scare me, though? Like, if you were dead as a ghost, wouldn't you want to, like... Wouldn't you want to... like, try to guide somebody? He's a little silly. Blood? It looks like she left in a hurry. Looks like she even went through something terrible. I don't even think she made it. Can I be real with you? I don't even think she made it. Dude, she could shower and poop at the same time. W. Hell yeah, Maxwell. I see my dead neighbor every day and he doesn't pay the rent. Their clothes aren't even packed. Okay, type. You go for type. We're friends, remember. Oh no. That's a murderer. Type he's gonna come for me. Who's adding these emotes? I can't tell who, but it's funny because they're emotes Alex would have added. Who doesn't come? Everybody. Classic meme, right? Yeah, he puts them in. Ghosty is adding them. Sozo Bizuka. Sozo Bizuka. Alex, I'll put you as a...
Come. I mean, I knew you would come, but you've come. I have
I'll get out of here quickly.
come.
Please don't jump scare me. Please don't jump scare me. Save the cat. Cat, you're coming with me. Follow the cat. Where am I going? Lucky? Lucky, where did you go? You're like my only defense against this monster. Everybody knows? Oh no, he's gonna be under the bed.
Is up here. All of this going on up here is what's
Oh!
causing the most physical discomfort.
Whose hair was that? Was that my hair? Since when did I grow blonde hair? Lucky? Don't fall out. This is the first victim, guys. Guys, we're in the apartment. I have Geethi. Oh shit. It's a pig. Hello. Hello. Lucky? Kitty? Yo, the kitty just F'd off. The kitty was like, no fucking thanks. I'm out. The kitty took one look at my life, one look at that apartment, and was like, nope, I'm good. Thank you for petting the kitty for me. Thank you, Maris. Lucky. Let's go check the direction of the 6th floor. What floor am I on right now? Do they mean me to say to go upstairs? You actually want my ass to go upstairs, do you? That's insane. Jopka. Hello, Goldie. Oh my lord. No! No spooky. Guys, my friend in VR chat has an avatar. I think it's a ghost from it's a ghost from, I think, Phasmo. And it can go invisible. And he always uses it to scare me, and I hate it. And it does that same noise. Lucky. Hey, Lucky, are you here? Was this the happy birthday girl, Lucky? No, Lucky, no, Lucky. Paps you with my paw, paps you with my palms. Lucky's nowhere, guys. We're witnessing all the murders. Hello? Hello? Fight me, Leon! Me, Leon! Oh! Leon, I found your ex! I started feeling. Are you okay, sweetie? No, it's okay. I love you. You started feeling sick. I hope you're okay, sweetie. Guys, follow Leon. He's W. Wait, I have you up in the background, don't I? Oh, I did. Go. Oh no. I just read the chat. I just read the chat. Leon, have a smoke and get some rest. Friends, check out Leon. He's also got a thing, a keychain from Ubu Market. If you pledge like $3 or whatever. I think. How many pledges do you need, Leon? Oh, why did it close on me? Lucky? It was the heat. Oh my god, yeah, open up a little bit. Need 10 pledges. I plan to. Oh, my cat! If this guy has messed. Am I a cat? What am I? Need a key. Am I a murderer? What am I? I must be the killer now. When I get paid from Twitch, I plan to pledge. You a cow? Moo! I'm not a cow. I'm gonna go full Omni-Man, saying you're a hope, that's what you are. I think I'm the killer. Why do I have so many plushies? See, because I have full ass strength. Of course, Leon. I want to support you, dude. Lucky should be. Oh no, I'm the girl. Dude, we gotta protect the cat. I'm not even scared anymore, guys. We need to protect the cat. Kitty? Oh, over here. Bro, the killer can mess with me? I can't. The killer can't mess with my cat, though. I'm gonna fight someone. Moo? Was that not a proper moo? Not this key. Then where does this key belong? How many? Hello? This guy, I feel like I'm in a saw trap right now. Hello. Fuck you. I need my cat. Wait, I actually got my cat. Wait, I'm carrying my cat. We get out of here. Real type. Get me out of here. Is this not the way? Hurry and hide? There's no way he sees me. There's no way he sees me. This is the best hiding spot, 10 out of 10. All my friends love this hiding spot. They come here every day. Bro, I'm like right in his vision. I'm like right in his vision, dude. Fursuit vision be like. High escape. So we could go there. Wait, where do we go? Why? Sorry, I'm confused. He's inside of here. It's gonna be like, boom! No spookies. He's gonna be right here, Attic. Just you wait. Look at them. Dude, why would you ever watch? I could get such a head start. Hello. Oh! I ran into him. Bro, it just spawned me into his arms. Like, what was I supposed to do? My cat Lucky. A few days later, the building manager put into the police due to the unbearable stench. The females were found all were tenants of the building. They have been murdered and dismembered and placed in suitcases. Ending lost. Well, I'm sorry. Where's the ending where I kill him? Okay, next time we did it. You're supposed to not towards him. Sorry, I just saw big, nice arms and I was like, let me come into you. Guys, don't get scared. When his face comes to the screen, don't get scared, Duskies. Don't get scared. I know we haven't seen this yet before. I'm locked in. I'm locked in. Oh, I'm so fast. His walkie speed? He ain't gonna reach me. He ain't gonna reach me at his speed? Why? What is that? Why were there stairs that... Whoa, what? What? How does this building work? How? Was he not behind? There's... show me the blueprints of this building. Does it one? No, there's no way I 180'd, bro. I was in a whole different hallway. I swear. Was I not in a whole different hallway? Uh-oh. You're never gonna catch me. Tee. Where's the game plan? Where do we go? We have Kitty with us. And we can't grab the axe. We can't grab the axe. Where am I going? Okay, so do I need to find how to get outside? I'm outside. I'm outside. I'm at the exit. W, guys. W, 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 W. I fled from here in panic. Then the police arrived here. Although they searched the entire building, they did not find their murderer or any evidence. Being watched by those malicious eyes. If only I had hidden back at home. Back at then. Endless nightmare? What's the other ending then? Running back to my home? I don't even remember where my apartment is, guys. Guys, let's try hiding in our apartment. Because there must be another ending where we actually screw this guy over. Believe it. I just don't remember where I live. And I wish he wasn't up my ass like the entire chase scene, you know? Was it downstairs? Oh, it's here, guys, it's here. Guys, trust, where do I hide? When you're in your apartment, where would you hide? Okay, thanks. Thanks, I see his beautiful chest. It's too late today. If there's nothing else, please leave. You saw it, didn't you? You'd better leave now. If you don't, I'll call the police. Why is the police already with us? Ooh! Call the police, guys. Police. Hello. Oh my god, he wants in. I need help. Am I hiding though? I've already called the police. Why would I tell him that? Like, Kitty? Is he at my dick? I mean, my hole? I mean, my... Okay, he's walking away. New ending. Damn, how many... What's the number to 911? Seek help? Call the police. This is a new ending. New ending. W ending. Put away clothes. Wait, I'm leaving today. I'm leaving on a jet plane. Toiletries? What else do I need? What else would you pack? Switch off the mains? No. Why would you turn off the lights though? If like, let the building manager do that, you know? Like, why, dude? Is it a courtesy thing? Watch me get jumped and shot on, dude. Jesus, where's Lucky? Where's my cat? Is my cat already in the new place? Hello. We're just respectfully leaving. Have a nice day. Is it the middle of the... It feels like the daytime. Wait, you might be right. Is it the middle? It feels like daytime. It's just like kind of like a dark apartment building. But maybe you're right. W, guys? Escape the house. Oh, it's daytime. It's just a shitty day outside. That phone is gonna ring and I'm gonna hate it. No. Oh, I'm impressed. Move away. Escape. Guys, new ending. New ending. I get out alive. So you've always been able to see things? Yeah, but those victims meant me no harm. Real. If anything, it feels like they were trying to warn me, trying to protect me. What if dangerous before, good thing you called the police. I've been thinking about it for a long time. What if this person's a ghost? I think I understand how he thinks. He tortures his victims relentlessly and enjoys it. Why? When you finally break down and try to leave, that's when he kills you and moves on to the next victim. Anyway, the police are doing everything they can to catch him. Yeah, can I get like a squad car on top of me? You should stay with me and get some rest for now. Bro, it is the killer. No! Get me out! I'm caught again? What is it? Does it get to kill you? I know, but what? Oh, he's here now. He's here now. Get me out of here. This is where the fisherman died. Oh, my friend is fucking dead. She's hurt. I need to find help. No signal on my phone? What do you mean? How is there no signal on my phone? Do we not have satellites? It's 2026. Do we not have satellites in the sky everywhere? At least use the light. Oh, guys, I don't want to get caught. I really don't want to get caught. No more scares. Live in Maine? There's no place. Maine. I almost visited there one time. Wisconsin, right? I lived really close to Maine, just on the Canadian side. I've been to Maine. Use terrestrial towers, not satellites, Hope. What do you mean? Dad? Why did I say dad? Towers on the ground? Okay, I understand. But maybe they could somehow connect to space. I live there. W Maine. Do we like Maine? Chat, is Maine W or L? Rate Maine, Wisconsin right now. Papa, no Wolfen, stop. I like it when they call me Big Papa. I think Maine is a W. W Maine. I'm so slow. Totally not biased. Trust. We could dial. I'm German. I'm lesbian. I thought you were American. Or whatever. It has cheese there. You guys got cheese curds and stuff, right? You guys have Culvers. I should go back to her place? What do you mean? Wisconsin, Wisconsin. I've got a lot of friends from Wisconsin. Starting with Ghosty. Now I know that this... Oh, fuck me. Good thing I brought pepper spray? Hey! Hey! He can't catch me! I'm the gingerbread man. What are these? What are those? Wait, guys, I actually gotta lock in. Lumi, go. Bro, I played Dead by Daylight before. Ah! I played Dead by Daylight before. Okay, starting with you, Stripe. I just thought I meant Ghosty. Wait, I don't know who I meant first. No, I'm sorry. Starting with you, Stripe. I'm sorry. Bro, I hear him up my asshole. He's actively inside me. Get me out. Do I still have my pepper spray? Bitch. Bitch. Everyone in Wisconsin is my friend. The state of Maine, not Wisconsin. There's a state of Maine? What's the state of Maine in? Depression. No, I'm It's a joke. It's a joke. Guys, I'm Canadian. I don't know states. There's a state called Maine? Who's your main? Who do you main? What do you mean? What do you mean? Where's Lucky? Lucky, save me! What do you mean? It's full of lions. Yo! W. Shit on him! Shit on him! Yeah, let me get the axe. Let me fuck this guy up. Fuck you for torturing all those girls. I'm the killer now, bitch! Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going! Let me guess, it's gonna be the cop. And they're gonna be like, wow, we found the axe murderer, and then immediately shoot me without asking questions. It's finally over, reborn. It's been a month since it's happened. My life is slowly getting back on track. I never saw those victims in the apartment again. I helped them free. I think I'll be able to move on from that nightmare. I moved back in? I moved back into the same apartment? Why? Kitty saved W Kitty, guys. Anyway, it's completely northeast corner of the US. Nobody knew that was the state that actually existed. I swear. I swear. What is that? Oh, my pleasure. Oh, thank you for playing our game. Yo, W Indie team. W get chat, rate this game. Rate this game. WL? I mean, it's all right. Or it's perfect. It was perfect. Yo, W gay. Nobody does. That was kind of neat. That was kind of neat. 4, I like turtles.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
Like indigo I swear to God. It's oh my god, that was fun. I actually liked that game a whole lot. I rate it lizard. Oh my god. I adore you guys. Yo, that was such a good game. Oh, I hope they make more. They did such a good job of making me shit myself. I'll give them that. I'll give them that. They did such a... Oh, I'm missing one of the endings and I have to get killed in the wild. I have to get killed by the dude in the wild, but I'll get it after or something. You're still the best? All right, guys. Do I play another horror game? Or do I move on to some Voices of the Void for a little bit? It's been like 2 hours. I wish you would cry, Nazra. Oh, I'm too lazy to poll. I hate polls because I might do Voice of the Void. I have a couple of other itch.io games that I can play. I mean, it's I'll put Alex in the 7TV thing. I do like me some Voices of the Void. Play DBD for 12 hours. Just get the entire battle pass on DBD done today. I used to do Dead by Daylight Fridays because I was really trying to get on like to be a Dead by Daylight creator, like, you know, where they add you to the mist or whatever they call it. They're content creators for their thing. But I never did, so I kind of just like, I feel bad. It sounds weird for saying this, but I kind of just gave up. Get purple shirt. Shirt my survivor. Alex, what's your name? Listen on Discord, thank you. Purple, purple, purple. I think they want people of a certain size. That's true too. I think I gave you perms. My name, but hey, at least it's on VHS that denied people. Bro, they actively had a furry community backing them, which, let's be real, is probably one of the best you could get. Like, all they needed was to accept 1 or 2, and they would have a whole community of furries actively playing their game. And they kind of... they needed to figure out... They had a problem of too many people wanting to play Survivor over Killer. Which I don't know what they needed to do for Killers to make Killer. It became a weird, like, back and forth. But every time I tried to play with friends, maybe they just needed maybe they just needed to allow you to queue as friends and be the monster as well too? I don't know. Huh? Do you remember VHS? Video Horror Society? Wolfen? That is true. Texted, I actually kind of like Texted. You know what I'm excited? I'm excited for the new Friday the 13th game or whatever. That's done by like a different dev or something. Halloween, yes. That's what I'm... Both sides need to be fun. Yeah, that's the thing. Never heard of what? VHS was great. Look up some like the game. VHS was meh.
Started.
I'm trying to find. Never got around to playing it? This was it. You played as like teens. And there was somebody got to pick a monster, but you didn't know who was on your team until the monster transformed, because the monster also posed as a teen. Unless you, I guess, full queued. Oh my god, boo, no! So you would hear that, and if you heard like a howl, like certain monsters gave certain things. So you would play against a like a werewolf. There was some other people.
He's in the basement.
And each of these teens had a specific like thing to them, see?
It's a werewolf.
It's a werewolf. I like her accent a lot, actually. But yeah, so right now she's like disabled, right? Because she can't, like, she won't be able to do stuff. But like, you would as teens, you would craft weapons. Oh yeah, Dollmaster. Then the Black Lagoon monster, if you knew how to play him, was so OP with how many shields you could just throw onto you. But as a teen, you would craft like different weapons. You would have to craft a fire weapon, a holy weapon, a magic weapon, and a tech weapon or something. And you'd have to strike the monster with one of each for him to to fully incapacitate him. Oh yeah, I didn't mean it like that, Alex. Yeah, well, that's a good way to put it. It seemed, I think they had a way too long of a beta, a closed beta, might I add. So all the hype was slowly dying because of like the closed beta was like open for like months. Oh, I'll figure it out, Alex. You should be able to add emote to the sets. I swear I admined you. It's sad. It's sad. Cause I think they needed to maybe cook a little bit longer and then make the beta. But there was a point where I was like, I need to stop playing the closed beta or else I'm gonna burn myself out on this shit. It still says you're pending, Alex. Make sure you accept the invite in your setting. Blew up Addicts thought of us. By the way, did we find out if you blew up Addicts? Oh, wait, I don't think I blew up Addict's save, but my save, Addict can't touch my save file because if she opens up my file, hi Keith, thank you for the check-in. If she opens up my file, every event spawns. Every event that I've ever encountered spawns in that minute. I can't tell if I want to play one more itch.io game or if I should Yo! Wait, I know you. Hi, Faye. How are you? W Faye. Hi, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the raid. Dino Burger, what's shaking? Flip a coin. Hi, hello, hi. How are you? Thank you for the follow, friend. Flawless Flay, how was your stream? How was the ASMR? Pacha, what's shaking? How's it going? Stars, welcome on in. That is true. When the game first launched, you would wait 10 minutes to get into a game and then play against like a killer who was like OP, and then you were for like genuinely it was like 1 minute of gameplay and you're back in the lobby. Hi, I love fluffy hugs. Audio RP, yo, that's so cool. Do you record for YouTube? Like, do you stream? Do you stream and then you post what you make onto YouTube, or column A, column B type of, or I don't know how to. We'll have to read. Thank you, stars, hugs. Oh, YouTube's your main thing, actually. You just stream sometimes. That's kind of dope. Okay, let's do one more pizza. Let's do one more pizza. Let's do one more H.io game, and then we'll play some voices. Or make fancy pot. That's cool. That's so dope. I'm proud of you. Dude, I'm always fascinated at the people who get into ASMR and the different tools that they use, including the microphone, for like, what is it? Is it triggers? Do you call them triggers when you're using different like objects on the microphone to create a certain like sound? I mess with that. I like that stuff. ASMR triggers, yeah. I like that. I like that. I like the slimes. Anybody who uses like a slime or something that just stretches over the mic. The downhill sky. Hey, what's shaking? Oh, speaking of Q-tips, apparently DVD has added the play while you wait to 1v4. That's actually so cool. That's so smart. Shit, I gotta update my DVD. I gotta reinstall it actually, because I took it off for a little bit. I kinda like that. Jinx, I know, I'm so happy to see you. You're my favorite. You have to play with me, Zarkies. Nazra and I got into it a bit ago. We played the 2v8 or whatever, the killer one. And that was fun. Shit, too low for head pads? No, did Discord go down? I don't know, did it? I kind of like your cute face. Okay, quick, yo, Spicy Pants, thank you so much for the follow. We're gonna do a quick, I wonder if there's a category for it. I'll try to place myself in the category if there is. Late, no, there isn't. Okay, games and demos. Discord's down, L. Tyrak, hi. That's why Tyrak is here, because Discord's down. But new calls? Oh no. All right, more spooky times. Happy Wine Mom Horror Night, everybody. Get all cuddled up in. Let's play some pizza time. Not true. L Discord. Rip our means of community. Yeah, the whole world shuts down now. Guys. What the? What the? Why do you cry, Alice? Good ending. There's two endings, guys. Good ending, bad ending. We get to pizza. Oh no. F11? Do you know this, Tyrak? Yeah, Jinx, let's go. Oh, dope. Sobs. I'm too wide. I'm too wide to fit through one door. Oh my god. When is I need a Spacey and Me horror collab. No. That's fair. Yushi. Hey, what's shaking, dude? Bro looks like he's holding it all together. Why does he look? He's trying to keep his shit together. How's the pizza making going? It's going all right. Not many people are running this late, but I had some trouble with the oven, so I'm a bit behind. We got 4 deliveries left tonight. Oh, all right. I'll get started on those deliveries then. Stay safe. I think that's is that actually Papa John? He's one kick up away from shitting himself. Pizza, pizza. We get to drive. W music, guys. I've arrived where? Lo-fi beats to deliver pizza to Rio. Hey, are you the guy? You're late. I've been watching the clock and the window. Shut the shit up. I have a problem. I hope the pizza isn't burnt. Just give it to me already. It's still fresh, I promise. Any chance for a tip? A tip for being late? You're lucky I'm paying at all. Bro, if you don't tip your delivery dude at least a little bit, what do you mean? Your lazy ass is ordering pizza, including my lazy ass. Damn, dude. Yeah, this is gonna be eviscerate this chump. ISO is the shark, eh? And he knows how to bar, hey! Hey, ISO was a shark, eh? Hey, now he knows how to bark, eh? Now drop it for me, girl, eh? Oh, now get on the floor, eh? Now get real low, eh? Now show me what you got. What are you doing here? Look. Look at her go, dude. The good guy. Shit. That is an innovation. What are we doing with our lives? Crumpin'. I'll crump with you, sweetie. Where's the pizzeria? Coffee, it looked exactly like you. Honestly though, real. That's what I have to say when people are just like dancing or being weird or just being silly. I'm like, you know what? Like they're living their life, dude. Like good on them. Yo, are you hanging in there? It's Papa John. Donato. Donato. Again. Delivered by car to customer 2. Where's customer 2? Whoa! What am I? You can ride on top of these. It shows the day of reckoning. No! Hey, I got Jack in the Crack. Gonna eat it. What is Jack in the Crack? Is that the burger place, Jack in the Box? Hey, I got your pizza. You're late, this better be out. It's fresh out of the oven, sir. It better be. Wait, let me check. It's $15, sir, and if you enjoyed the service, a tip would be great. Service? You call this service? I'm only... What do you mean? Why do we live in a town of assholes? Like, at this point, put them on our do not deliver list. And the VRC outage of 2025, no! See, bro, bailiff destroys his balls. Dude, if the third customer is a complete asshole, I'm honestly truly going off the rails. Nibbles all of you. I would take the pizza to eat myself, you know? Where is our pizza joint? I don't know how to get around. Oh, it's right here, guys. I'm working my ass off. Dude, this is... Watch this not be a horror game and it's just like a simulator game. Bailiff, whack his pee-pee. Yeah, let's... Bless me. Bless me, please. Yeah. Papa John, who's the next asshole on this list? Thank you for the blesses. I'm kind of hungry and I kind of want tacos.
Hope always sneezes like she's asking.
It's not true. Blurps. Wolfen, what do you do anymore in VR? Do you fish still in VR? Or has the fishing life left you? Are you done with it? But it's not Taco Tuesday. I don't care. Zarkies! You can't just only eat out per se on a Tuesday. Sometimes you gotta be willing to eat out on a day that somebody. Oh, it's Pizza Friday. Okay, like the fish. I've been addicted to the crate game. I've been addicted to the crate opening game. Oh, true, Tyrek. Oh, thank you, dear. You should be careful. People have been going missing around here lately. Keep my eyes open. Thanks. You look like a hard worker. Here, take 20. W, the P. Keep the change as a tip. You need it more than I do in the city. Yes, yes. I still do tons of fish VR. Ooh. Yeah, it's fun. The crate game is fun with people when you have like people to kind of just talk to. I've been slacking on my fishing, guys. I want to try this Sword Art Online world. Eats toast, trip hazards. It's Friday. It's a toast specialty. The fish is to random consumers instead of being cozy. I was in a warehouse. That's the fun part. It's like working up. It's like working your way up in the company to get comfy. Damn, yeah. Need to become stinky of fish and to get grinding. I know. That's all I've been doing is delivering pizza. Wait, you got enough of what in VR? Toes? Wait, spuds? I love you, spuds. Golly, I want spuds. What do you have enough of IRL? Fish? Oh, working the warehouse. Working, sorry. Hey, you ordered a pizza? Hello, how can I help you? Pizza delivery? I didn't order anything. I think I got it right. This is the address of the receipt. Oh yeah, you are right. Just go to the park between those apartments next to me. He has the money. It's pretty dark out there. Don't worry, he's waiting for you. Where? Can I order a pizza? Spuds, gladly. Yeah, it's a legitimate chill friendly guy. Is that his friend? No. It's our best customer. She could have used the $5 that she gave me, not the C word Karen, like the good Karen. No, not of a wet sock. Oh, to be a wet sock in these trying times. Wait, something is wrong. Go back where? The pizza? I have no idea. A car? The killer could have like brought her in. Yeah, she's our best customer. Dude, the fact that I'm not checking on my car for any suspicious people in the back seat is mind-blowing. Help me! There's a killer on the loose and you're just shaking it. Why don't you stop dancing? There's a killer on the loose and you can't stop. She's too busy shaking it. Peepo shy, but Peepo has to feed his family emote. Oh shit. You okay? Tyrak, I'm scared. Yes, I'll shake you, dude. Delta Muffin! Oh no, here I am stuck as a pair of socks and hope. Ah! Yeah, I came. Delta. Oh, Delta, my little piggies were getting quite cold.
Damage.
It's a good thing I have a pair of nice Delta muffin shaped socks to put on. Wait, so how do I get the good ending, guys? How do I get the good ending? Dude, honestly, this game is not realistic because nobody would kill a pizza delivery driver. Because who's gonna deliver your pizzas then as the killer? You're definitely not eating like fresh or anything. Owl claws in the tail. Youch! Guys, how do we get the good ending? What should we do? Not go? Or isn't there cartridge? Shit. I have half the mind. Wait, I actually have a pizza that I could put in the oven. And take it all out and true. Does the work for him? Dude, wait, I think one of my friends, it's actually sad because I know a couple of actual pizza delivery drivers IRL, and man, they get tipped like shit or not at all. They get tipped like shit or not at all. I'm like, what do you mean? Hi, unnamed, how's it going? When am I getting an unnamed tank or boat or plane in War Thunder? When are they sponsoring you full time? Or nothing? Yeah. Hi, unnamed friends. Unnamed a W streamer. You should check them out. Dog, same Alice. I would do nasty things for pizza. Just like mom, so we get greeted. Oh, see, I don't drive though. If I guess I kind of live near a pizza place, but like, it's a gourmet pizza place, so it's like. Uber Eats tips and pays better than DoorDash. Actually, shit, say word. That's good. Oh, hell yeah, name. I'll play that game just for you. If you need a sign up under your name, let me know. Yes, I've played Fears to Fathom and absolutely love it. I wouldn't mind playing it again. I still think about that. I don't remember where it was. What kind of, which pizza place is it from? Oh, you need a bit more viewers and then you can get there. Okay, W. Take care, Zara. Get some rest, lovey. You're thought about and loved and everything. The heartburn. So from the local. Honestly, if you could find a great local pizza place, it's good. I just have a store-bought pizza in my freezer that I'll just like grab a couple slices from. Oh, but I'm legally required to ask if Fox is fuckable or not right now. I think he is. Fox from Star Fox? No, but I love the Poop Killer games though. Zenato, that's okay. You're here and you're with me, silly.
If too thick with 2 cheeks smooth your face, does that make it an Asperger?
Make it an Asper. I'll show you Asperger's. No, just a random fox. Wait, that means it's Vixie. You have Vixie emotes. Wait, so how do we get the good end? Meat lovers with extra pizza sauce. Yes, Star Fox. I think so. But it's hard to say. It's hard to say though, because like, as somebody who's like demisexual, I'm like, I mean, I guess, but like, if we maybe got to know each other, built up a bond over time. I want a new game. No, that's okay though. You know why? You know why it's okay, Laika? I'll tell you why it's okay. I can tell you why it's okay. Because they're trying to get also a new generation of people to play Star Fox. Because there are people who don't know what Star Fox is. Only us people who are in our 30s. We only know what Star Fox is. Everybody who went to go see the Mario movie and was younger than 30 went, who's that? Who's this knockoff Star-Lord? And so they're like, why don't we trial this on the Switch 2? Because it's been a minute. And if it gets enough loving, we'll make a whole new story. Because I've not played the old games. You need like a DS to play the old games and shit like that nowadays. I don't got a DS. True, Kinji, true. Yeah, what is this fray with kissing lips in my Mario game? Yeah, Fox McCloud. Yeah, Kid Icarus fans. But do you? I actually don't own a DS. And I've never played any of this. I've only played Star Fox on the Nintendo, the Super Nintendo or whatever, the old ass Star Fox, the one that was made with polygons basically. And then Star Fox 64, where Fox goes, Bill, I'm glad you can make it. And then I didn't play Star Fox Adventure. I think I played a little bit of the Star Fox when Crystal was flying in the ships too. I think you have, and I want one. You're getting me one, right, Kalani? Shanash, yes. Sure, yeah. Wait, what does that mean? Wait, Kalani, what does that mean? How do I get the other ending? Like, I feel not that I have never been. That's okay. That was a solve. And wasn't there a Star Fox 2 that, like, never really got released in the West? Or something? The chef is still here. You're so funny. Zenato! She's taken, I think. It was a prototype. I've got one. I just want them to return Street Pass. I want Nintendo to come back with Street Passes. I need Tyrak. I need Tyrak to tell me how to get the good ending. F-Zero, another Dead series. With the whole last Switch in your pocket? Yeah. Or at least like the Nintendo app on our phones or something. Something is wrong? Go back where? Home?
Lizard, 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 lizard.
Hi,
lizard,
S'mores!
lizard, lizard,
S'more,
lizard.
I'm so hungry. You make me think about food. Dude, Custom Robo was actually OP. Custom Robo was a beautiful game. Oh my god, just for me? Greetings. For you, and only for you. Does it murder? He has no eyes, please help. W. Yeah, we have an owl here. Oh, we did it. W. W, guys. You know what that means? I love Hooters. Hooters is my favorite kind of meal. Moo. Fish. Oh, guys, I want to make myself a pizza. I want to order myself. I want to eat tacos. No hands off of somebody. Would an owl cow say whom? Girl, let's see. Oh my god, same unnamed. Oh. Have chat build you. Last time I did that pizza was $50. And then I realized that I have to put, next time I do that, I have to put a limit on money.
Big. Impressive.
Eat pizza off me, baby. No hands. No hands. Eat pizza. Hope, I can't because it's everyone's Discord. Oh, Laika? I don't care. Getting freaky with it, na 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 na. Getting freaky with it, na 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 na. My game's loading. We are, but the pizza comes first. I'm joking. That's so bad. BLFC pizza, here I come. Silent, how you? How's it going? Delta Muffin, I'm so sorry you're here. Yeah, you are the pizza. Oh no. Zarkies, I'm sorry. It's ranch. It's ranch. I swear. I swear. I swear it's ranch. Guys, we're on day 28. We're almost done the game. I'm the pizza. Fuck, guys, stop. You're making me so hungry, guys. I'm this close to breaking and ordering. What was I doing? What was I doing? Was I going to get the, I was gonna get the gun, right? The water gun? Oh, I hate spawning in and not remembering what I was doing. I think I was gonna get the water gun. Doing a pizza. I'm gonna think, have a lovely day. Oh, Dino Bird, I love you. Be soft and sweet with yourself. Same. Oh my god, you're killing me, dude. Unnamed. I've been trying to stick to my diet. Oh, fuck this bitch. Let me check if it's following us really quickly. I don't think it is, guys. Oh god, is it following us? I found a super water gun. 2 seconds. All right, Ben. No, but I found a way to help clean my shit. It's a solution and this girl has it. Up here. Oh, I needed Attic because Attic taught me how to do this properly. Shit, I can't see shit in here. I need this, and apparently I could attach this. That's hello. Ow. I can attach this to my car or something. Hamburger helper. Oh my god, that sounds so good. I don't know. She said I needed this. W. W. It's yes. It's working. Alice, it's working. That's not good. I don't find my base. I'm always bad at finding my way home. I got too excited. I think it's towards those flashing lights. Gun. Oh! W. Guys, so check this out. I've got the best cleaning spot base thing ever. Best driver 2026, right? I'm your Uber driver. Get in. There's so much blood in here. Where's the hook shot? Don't tell me I have to buy another one. Do I have to redo that all over again just because they picked it up? It's not there anymore. But guys, check this out. What am I doing? It cleans everything, and it's a refillable water squirter. Look. I'm playing Power Washing Simulator. No more blood. There's so much blood in here. What was I doing, guys? Do you remember what I was doing? Oh, we found one, I think. We just have to... Voice of the power washer, right? There better not be a mannequin right beside me. All right, there we go. And the ADHD, wait, that's oops, just squirting everywhere. I needed it. Vega! No, it's okay. Discord's broken for everybody. Are you plugged in? Hello, TV, why aren't you working? Oh, I have to play a thing.
Hello, it's the Rubiness. It's nice to meet you, but it's even better to meet me. My name is Sniper Smurf. I have 290 hours with Bastion in total, and I specialize in sticking it straight up the fucking culo. Bastion is a way of life for me. Go in there, I bend them over, I open their cheeks nice and wide, I get a nice clear view of the colon, prostate, and the coccyx, and I never fuck them all the way up to the palm, right up the butt cut, so they feel a burning sensation deep in the ass pussy like icy hot. Bastion is a way of life for me. I never change my character, fuck you. If at any point during the match you want me to change characters, I gladly suggest you go fuck yourself. I follow absolutely no type of team composition. If you want to give orders, give them to each other, don't you dare bring that shit to me. All I know how to do is go in there, get a lot of poo-poo on my Peter, and a lot of shit on my dick from sticking it straight up their ass. Now let's go, team.
Oh shit! I forgot that existed! It's like how I have burnt out, I'm sorry. You guys suck my dick? I need to find out which that one. Wait, where's the suck my dick? I don't! Where?
I'm about to get racist. Now I'm racist. It's okay,
Where do you
guys.
see suck my dick?
I'm just kidding. I'm even more racist now. Now I'm
Oh, this.
Boy, you gotta start my motherfucking game.
It was a YouTube poop. It was a YouTube poop. You gotta suck my motherfucker. So bad, dude. Not again. I can't get any fucking work done. Nabu, have some food, sweetie. But nothing comes close to the golden cows. What you follow with that bar? Chewy, hell yeah. Take your fucking orders to McDonald's? Yeah. I barely clear way. Okay. Yeah. Why is my computer facing the other way? Yeah, Leon. Dude, I want to eat McDonald's so bad right now. You can travel the what? Okay. Girls, you can follow with I was breaking it down too hard. I'm sorry. It's so loud. I can't hear shit. Wait, is 2 not working? I can't fucking think, bro. All that ass hanging out. Oh no, it is working. Zucchini, bikini, martini. Okay. I'm doing so good at my job nowadays. California. Do, 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 do. Okay, okay. Do, 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 do. All that ass hanging out. These are the girls I love the most. Wait, why hasn't it detected anything yet? Oh, okay, here we go, Girl! Oh, I'm too tired. Okay, hold on. Let me at least set this up, video game. Why scream? Barky bites you! Barky, I'm setting up a signal really quick. There we go. Barky! Francisco Barky, W artist. W artist, W friendo. Oh, I have to water my plants. W artist, W friend, W gamer. But hi, Jammy Bunny. I love the name. What were we playing? The Isle? Oh shit. I don't think I can water my plants like that. Oh shit. You know, I'm big into dinosaurs. That's true. Girl, clean your floors. I will. I have to water my weed first. I have to water the weed first. How was your stream? Wait, Barky, I've been meaning to ask you. What's funner, the Isle or the Path of Titans, whatever the other one. Oh, okay. No, that's fair. I was curious. Isle looks fun though. Yo, Wolfen, do we know Jammy?
Mr. Goofy, you are here today being charged with mass homicide. You and your lawyer.
Yeah. Pot for sure. Barky, I have so much. Actually, I need to go pick up some more. Honestly.
So you're admitting.
The game pod. Oh, oh my god, I'm such a stoner. I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, that ass hanging out. Yeah, be welcome. Have a good stream. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Go get rest. Go get rest. Do what you need to do, girly. Lots of love as always. Touching your face with my feet pobs. Yes, we play. Yo, W Jammy then. W, that was funny as fuck. It's like when I was playing that climbing game when you're chained together. I just forget what it's called, but you're in hell and you have to climb. And we were climbing up a ladder, and I just wanted somebody to pull me up because I didn't realize there was a whole ass function, or a whole ass thing happening. And then we got smacked and we fell down so far, and then all I hear is Dag, Dag the snake, I forget, Snake Station. All I hear him is going, he's like, Hope, can you stop choking for 5 seconds? Because I was fucking ripping one during the ladder climb. Have you played Chained Together? Yeah. Dwin, what is that emote? Oh, I gotta go to bed, guys. Oh, some monster's gonna come get me. Ah! Fucking hate the monster, bro. Run faster! I have diocophobia! I'm looking at mixtape. It looks fun. Damn, fired you into the shelter. I will be Jammy. W Jammy for the follow. Thank you so much. W Jammy. What's shaking, Jammy? How's it going?
Now the main problem area is up here.
No, that's okay, sweetie. That's okay. Don't you worry. W Chewy for being fishy. Help me, Delta Muffin. Shave me from my shelf. Puffy says, yeah, let's go, W. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna die. If I win this minigame though, I get full sleep. Like I unlock my full, like, I unlock the mysterious 25th hour or 26th hour. Yeah! Look at my sleep score. It's 95 right now. W. I beat the night. Where's my glasses? Where? Where? Did I not fall asleep right here? I don't remember that level in FNAF. Okay. You don't gotta worry about a thing. Bro, can you get off my dick for 3 seconds? Actually, I need you. Why are my glasses not lighting up? Oh, I see them. W. You put, oh, did you update? No. Oh shit, was I supposed to before I started playing? I'm a bad dergy. Why? What makes you naughty? Naughty. No! I don't know how to update it though. I don't know how to update it. You said through like weed patcher or something. It's literally so easy. This plays so rank. I'm trying. I care about the weed mostly. Mostly the weed. Yeet patcher? Where do I find yeet patcher? Cracks in the walls. I'll fix it. Is there whatever you extract? Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about actually. What are you talking about? What is that? Okay, what was I doing? What were we doing? Our weed is fed. We're just waiting for shit to get done. And then what did you do? What is it? What does that mean? Let me get you. I got this. I got a hay bundle. I'll give it to the alien girl next. I don't really know what to do with it. It's daytime? I don't really know what to do with the hay bundle. Hey, bundle. I miss you, Zoe. How are you? I saw you tweet about the. Are you still getting like viewer botted? Zoe, ouch. Until you do it. Oh, so I could do it right now, you're saying, right? It's as easy as doing it right now? Oh, but you won't be able to get it for me, will you? Move on those tasty oh, stop. You're making me hungry, Jammy. Okay, hold on. Wait. I'm curious. Let's check this out for a sec. So you're saying I have to quit my game. What is fiber? Oh. Yeah, it's my Yeet Patcher. And then what do I, oh, do I just boot up Yeet Patcher? No game detected. Would you like to locate an existing via Avativus or choose existing? And then find the exe. I hate, why can't computers be trained to auto do this? Like auto find it. I'm too dumb for this shit. Vativa 2, I have to find the exe. Application update 4.2 update now. It updated. Wait, it's doing it. Okay, what now? Do it to version what? Yeah, it's 00001 or something. 09 version L? How do I check? What is this current latest? 9.01? Oh, that's an L. Okay, quick install, guys. Fiber Optic Friday. Shit, man. I want to order a fucking snack, guys. I just want to eat everybody that exists in my stream. Help me. Help me. Eric, what's shaking? How's it going? Meow. It's patching right now. How long does it take? Yes, because you guys are closest access. That's. Hi, Chewy. Meow. And then, okay, I see. No, Dragon Obscure. Oh, your name is badass. Obscuritas. Dude, this is taking longer than 2 minutes. I could like. Oh, I'll click the launch Vativa when done. Hi, Evie. How are you? Level 1 Evie. Oh, ew. There we go. Evie, it was super fun playing with you the other day. But that, wait, it booted up. It booted up. Yeah, that's why I fixed it. How goes it? Just woke up. I fixed it in rendering icons. How goes it? You just woke up, Evie. Is it at 3 p.m. or what time is it?
Lizard.
Or were you taking a nap? Yeah, W first chatter, Vega. W first chatter. It's 10 p.m. here. What? Are you going to bed or staying awake, or what's the occasion? Oh. I'll work, honestly. You should just quit and play games all day. Evie is Brexit. Okay, so you said a start game story. Okay, that's fine. I don't think I need that. Play a game. Whoa. Everything's so feel good. All right. I can save right now. Wait, there's an event happening just as I spawned? Why? I just started my game. Oh my god, Delta, reboot it because I miss you. Explorer? What do you mean Explorer? What's that? What's that? I should turn off the music in the... What's happening to me? Stop fucking with my power. Hello? I didn't save again. You just said something. Why does it looks like it's Easter season? What is that supposed to mean? Do not throw 7 carrots. Why does it talk like Attic? Whatever you do, do not throw 7 carrots down the old well. The well is located near the Transformer 1. The carrots are in the store. Do not throw carrots. Oh, because I'm hungry. Okay, wait, I want... Don't do what now? The carrots? Okay. So just save. Okay. Oh my god, what? Try getting the card yourself. Oh, are you saying it might be fixed? Fuck's sake, sorry, the game sounds exactly like you. I feel like Attic programmed that event in. Yeah, we should something like Repo when people get back from Flaw. Oh my god. Repo would be fun. They got a new update, right, Evie? Oh fuck, Attic, for some reason my thing disappeared. I put the thing on my car and I got the thing here, but the moment I picked up the water gun, I need to buy a new one. How much is it? Repo with Hope. Do you like Repo, Zanato? How much? Please. 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 Let's play Leon. We gotta play all the scary games. Phasmo. Store. Okay. I actually missed this. Oh. What's the grapple hook called? Is it just grapple? What is it called? Hook? It's just this thing, right? Add to cart? Yeah. But they stopped playing it. They broke up with you, Zanato? How dare they? No one breaks up with Zanato. For the last time. For the last... For the first time in forever. Oh. Hold on, I gotta make sure the weed's okay. Hope is that allowed, Jabby? Low-key kisses Hope that immediately hits the Noel. Yes. Haha, you're so random. It is. Well, I hope you sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. And we'll be seeing ya. We'll be seeing ya. I should probably bring this guy in. All right. I have 7 carrots and a hook. And this won't go in, right? Even though as much as I want it to. Shit. All right. It's gotten better since you've last seen it. It's gotten better. Okay, let's try the thing. So I'm supposed to be able to climb up behind here. What the? Guys! Attic? Is it broken? Help me. As if you just fell into the back room. Shut up. Chewy Fishy, help me. I can't see shit. And you have no flashlight, fucking Christ. Well, tell Mr. Doctor Nose to help me. Doctor Nose. Wait, what was that? What came into my eyes? I'm back. Mr. Doctor Nose, help me. No, I have it. I have it in my hand. It's in my inventory. No, look up. It's his hook. Mr. Doctor Nose, help me. Mr. Nose. What do I do? Do I have to restart? What's the moopy? I'm trying to follow the red. It keeps changing. Oh, smart. No other choice. Ooh. Six, 7. It's not spinning anymore. I'm trapped. I'm moving my mouse now. Dude, Mr. Doctor Nose, save me. Vega. Dude, I might have to low-key verboten. The Handmaiden. Oh. I can't go back to the main menu. What? I can't go. What do you mean I have to leave? It won't let me leave. That's so ass. Mr. Doctor knows I'm complaining again about your shit game. I'm sorry. That was uncalled for. That was uncalled for. I love your game. I'm sorry. I let emotions take over. I have no hydration. I have 0 water. Oh, it's punishment? That's so funny, Attic. Ass? Where? Underneath all that makeup. Where? Do you guys mind if I get more water? It'll cure the hunger that I'm having in my stomach. Yeah, always. I do? Shit. Okay, wait. Okay, we're here. Would it be easy to get? Oh! What else do I do? What do I do? Oh! Yeah! Ow! Yeah! We did it! I'm like a geriatric? What does geriatric mean? Woo! Savannah! How you doing? It's good to see you. Means really old? Forget I asked. I have hella. I'm cleaning it though. It's gotten better. Watch. Watch. Ow! My grasses. Good luck, Nabu. Where's my grasses? Found them. Yeah, thank you, Maxwell. Okay, and then we have carrots. Guys, we have to put the carrots in too. God damn, I have a concussion. You have everything you need currently to progress with that whole mess. I've seen it in your base. Naira, what does that mean? Oh, Naira, good luck. Good luck. That's like what I got from you. Was the good luck. The Star Fox. Good luck, Star Fox. I know, but I'm curious. Okay, well, I'll go I want the what is that? Oh, it's not a table. Okay. Guys, let's check the key card in. W. Guys, it's the wrong key card. It's the wrong key card. Giant penis Delta, look down. I'm joking. The YouTube video shirt showing the chart on my Yo, Vieira, really? W. Is it getting attention? Wait, does that mean it's getting attention, Vieira? Eat it up, eat it up. Ooh. Oh no, it's just 12 views. W. It's still 12 views though. It's still 12 views. Let's go. Oh, I was wrong. You don't have what you need. That's okay. I still don't see it. Just terrifying screams as it inevitably crushes you. Okay, we have to go to Transformer 1, guys, because it totally told us to not put carrots in the well. Is there a fire in my base? Like, I'm starting to feel like there's a fire in my base. Dude, I need food too. I see a giant ass. What does that mean? Eats you, Maxwell. I don't know if anybody said. I'm not sure. Delta, mine isn't that big.
It's nice to meet you, but it's even better to meet me. My name is Sniper.
Oh, I'm not supposed to be blushing.
290 hours with Bastion in total, and I specialize in sticking it straight up the fucking culo.
Culo.
For me. Go in there, I bend them over, I open their cheeks nice and wide, I get a nice clear view of the colon, prostate, and the coccyx, and I knuckle fuck them all the way up to the palm, right up the butt cut, so they feel a burning sensation deep in the ass pussy like icy hot. Bastion is a way of life for me. I never change my character. Fuck you.
Stop!
If at any point during the match you want me to change characters, I gladly suggest you go fuck yourself. I follow absolutely no type of team composition.
And I cannot. Is that true?
Give them to each other. Don't you dare bring that shit to me.
I need that and a battery, a battery.
Get a lot of poo-poo on my Peter and a lot of shit on my dick from sticking it straight
Stop!
up. Now let's go, team. Hello,
are you?
It's
oh
nice
no, it's Lun Loop.
Better to meet me. My name is Sniper Smurf. I have 290 hours with.
I have 290 hours in Bash. I don't want to hurt anymore. Look, no more blood.
Clear view of the colon, prostate, and the coccyx, and I knuckle fuck them all the way up to the palm, right up the butt cut, so they feel a burning sensation deep in the ass pussy like icy hot. Bastion is a way of life.
No more blood.
Fuck you. If at any point during the match you want me to change characters, I gladly suggest you go fuck yourself. I follow absolutely no type of team composition. If you want to give orders, give them.
Oh shit!
Bring that shit to me.
Oh shit! Oh shit! I got my computer wet. Wait, what does that mean? Guys. I got the fucking the voices are back. Hi, see you. How are you? Okay, a computer just needed a reset. Put your PC in a bag of rice? Is that how it... Oh. There we go. I'm at full hunger. The voices, I hear them. Corgi chomp emote, corgi chomp emote, corgi chomp emote. It's finished. Eat it up, eat it up. Eat it up, eat it up. I feel like I could do one more. Nah, you know what? I'll send this off. I need a lid. Hey, Zoe Top. That's so funny. I'll say her big booty. The booty have. You've awoken. Guys, I need water. Is this like because everywhere? Wait, what do you mean? Are you asking if there's lore? There's like hella lore in here.
You never know what you'll get when you watch a Hope stream.
That's real. That's real.
I know it's her
Duskies. Okay.
This guy's a lost cause. He's obviously made up his mind. Why don't we just cut our losses and get out of here?
There, Brody Quest is on. Delta, I need water. Water. I turn that down. SCPs? There's kind of SCPs. They start like kind of like appearing later in the game. They're like anomalies, if you will, is the best way. And you gotta continue doing your job as like. As you start learning about like what's happened at this base. I hate this. I hit the computer again. Sorry. Barbecue, are you home or are you working? Licks, oh my god, what's all the loving for? What did I do? Wait, I need water, guys. Can you make sure nothing scary happens outside, okay? I need some water. I need some water. Back.
Watch out, Hope. It's coming.
What's coming? What's coming? Oh my god, look at those licks.
It's kind of hot.
Yeah, it is. Okay, who shot themselves? Adrian Brody, Adrian Brody, Adrian Brody, Adrian Brody. Adrian Brody's getting carefully licks Hope's cheek, face. Youch! W. Leon. Hope, you first. Delta, I'd let you check anything. This, yes, it had windows, of course. I swear, I swear. Leon's cute. Yeah? I just wanted to see what you would say. Okay, pick up these random data drives I have just lying around. Nothing. Just hanging around. Boom. That was the TV, right? That's how it ends, right? Joint with the GF, WGF. W, joint time with the GF. Find somebody who will hit a joint with you. This goes in the kitchen. Lego UFO porno. Yeah, that's. Oh, that's the drone. Why am I so jumpy today? Oh, what have you done? You're pink pony girl. You dance at the club. Oh, mama. I'm just having fun. Hope I found a brand new sealed hoverboard in the chat. No way. What do you mean? Actually, zombie? A brand new hoverboard in the trash? How? How do you throw away their trash? How do they throw it? I gave one to my coworker. A freaking hoverboard. Dude. Apparently you just gotta work as a, pick up trash and shit like that, because like, apparently that's how you get free shit. What's with all the blood? I keep hurting myself by accident. People lost crazy shit? Yeah. You're a pink pony girl and you dance at the club. Oh, mama. And I'm just having fun. Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing down in West Hollywood. Duskies, Glorpies. W Mead. Spring cleaning mead, why? What are you guys doing here? Honey girl. What do I want to like? What do I level up if I want to like get clearer sounds? That's my thing. I did get water. Yes, I did get water. Oh, weak signal. It didn't catch. Wait, it didn't catch it? I need a. I'm good. Yes, I promise. I need to figure out how to make my signals more hearts. I need to figure out how to make my signals more stronger. I want to say that's in process. The cooldown could not be any worse. She sees her baby girl. So first it's the coordinates, then it's the signal processing speed. What does processing level mean?
Semen pipe, Mario pipe, rubber pipe, Lego pipe, bedrock pipe.
Oh, I think this is the one I wanted.
Jello pipe, ceramic pipe, foil pipe, bamboo pipe.
Remote breaker, control time. What does that mean?
Pipe, nuclear pee-pee.
Who's coming? Huh?
Detector.
Right now, let me see it.
What's the detector?
Huh?
Are you the
Who's
detector?
coming? You better get out here. You better come out here.
I'm sorry.
Carrot big because carrot big leaf because small leaf carrot big not leaf big size. Sometime on way to successful. First of steps of all of the steps to being successful steps are hardest of all of the steps to success. Steps. Just because every one person going in one directional way does not mean you are going to the directional direction to which every person which is going in. Go in your own independent in which way you are going in. Sometime in life everything pencil and everything.
I don't know what I should upgrade.
But then,
Cause I want to start upgrading the base more so we can get more shit.
unexpectedly in life.
We get paid more for it too, but I don't know.
Problem is solution.
Is it detector? I can't be the detector. Is it signal process? I think it's signal processing.
Your head size big. The less you need to say to talk and argument with other people's with smaller brain head shot. Don't think that carrot big because carrot big leaf.
Lizard,
Small leaf
lizard,
carrot big, not
lizard,
leaf big
lizard,
size.
lizard, 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 lizard,
Sometime
lizard.
on way to successful. First of steps of all of the steps to being successful.
I feel like it is.
Steps.
I don't know what detector is.
Every one person going in one directional way.
I don't know what the detector means.
To which every person which is going in. Go in your own independent.
Me, do you play this game so you can tell me?
Live everything pencil and everything smoothly with pencil is going smoothly. But then, unexpected happening, it is happening unexpectedly in life. The important thing to do is to make solution to problem. So problem is solution, problem, solution, problem.
Circle inside the triangle thing? Maybe.
Cheer. The more you know or knowing what you are knowing and more your brain size and your head size big, the less you need to say to talk and argument with other people's with smaller brain head shouting.
Alpha Bardo. I'll ask the next person who knows this shit. Ping failed? What do you mean?
Don't think that carrot big because carrot big leaf because small leaf carrot big not leaf big size. Sometime on way to successful.
I had that shit on lockdown.
Are hardest of all of the steps to successing. Steps. Just because every one person going in one directional way does not mean
Please.
you are going to the directional
I'm so
direction
bad
to
at
which
this
every
right now
person
for
which is
some
going in.
reason.
Go in your own independent in which way you are going in. Sometime in life.
You know, it'd be great if, like, so I sent my Kerfer, my little robot girl. I sent her to repair, thingies. I wish she could grab daily signals for me too. I honestly think that's the biggest chore in this game, is grabbing the daily reports from the different radar stuff.
The more you know or knowing what you are knowing and more your brain size.
Does this not triangulate properly? Please let me know. That has to triangulate.
Lizard, lizard.
Ping
lizard,
failed?
Lizard, lizard, lizard.
What's
lizard,
wrong with my
lizard,
fucking
lizard.
machine? I did it right. Let me know, baby, to love the way you do it. Alice, I'm shitting out of my brain. Cobalt, hi lovely, how are you? Okay, let's try this again. Because I'm struggling to get signals. And I've never struggled. Maybe I'm making them too wide? I don't know, man. But I'm struggling to get a lock. That has to be good. Ping failed. Weak or no signal. Again. There can't be something wrong with the radar dishes or else it would have told me, right? Am I high? Yes. Get out of the way, bro. Is it because they short-circuited my machine? No, but that wouldn't be it, would it? Do you think it's like an event happening? There's no way. Or maybe they sometimes appear as false signals? What if it's another stupid prank? Gonna lose my mind, guys. The whole circle inside? Maybe it does, but I feel like I didn't have to do that. Hi, Fluffy. How's it going, sweetie? I feel like I didn't have to do that before. I'll try to, next signal, I'll try to get the whole circle in it. Alex, what is that emote? Two fluffs. Oh, fluffy butts, two fluffs. Yeah, I'm glad you're having a good Friday. Me too. I'm very happy brained right now. My brain feels super happy today. My insides feel nice. Maybe. Ping failed. Oh my god, I'm so pissed. My lights aren't working. Hold on. No, they are. What? Forgot the power bill? Maybe. I know piping of dopamine in your veins. You're making me so hungry, Alex. Why? TR.check. What do you mean error? Kerfer cannot find a bird. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Turn off now. Did I do something wrong when I short-circuited my PC? The fuck is that? No, I miss you, Meat. I love you. Ah. Guys, genuinely, I don't know what I did, but my shit's not doing shit anymore. You're just constipated? Are you sure? Like, what in particular? Like, why are those lights not working? Why is my other shit not working? My computer not working? No! Don't! I just... It's ripping me apart. Let me eat it. L. Dude, I don't get it. There's something wrong with my shit. Is it a bug? I fixed it. Does it smell weird? No, it's not that. There's certain lights not turning on. I can't track signals anymore. Your computer has been gooning a lot too? Ugh, I don't know what to do. Maybe I'll look at it later. But even my tracker isn't working. Did you check your power switches? I think so. Like, I went to do TR check. Oh, now you're working? Doge. Wait, it might work now. Nightmead, sv.target. I am here. I love it when you're here. Okay, let's try this again. It makes me happy when I see my Doge. My sweet Shiba cutie bean and toes. Poop fart. What is that emote? What is your username? What is that emote, Leon? What is this? Dear Mano, hi Lovey, how are you? Mano, what is that emote? Ping failed 2 week. Okay, so clearly some shit's going on. Should I just assume that, like, something's wrong with my shit? No! They're all on. It's some tummy for rubbing. Oh. Dear Matto, our chat, actually, everybody in chat, are belly rubs W or L? Like... What am I hearing? What? WL, Alex? Does... Let me break it down for you, Mark. No hell. It was perfect. All right, Matto, friends, follow Matto, W streamer, super cool friend of mine. I love him. We need to play games together with him. Is this a crossover episode? I'll ask Attic later when I get a chance, maybe to fix my thingy. I love Matto, same. He's a real one. Dun. I don't trust anything that's happening right now in my universe. So near Transformer 1, there's gonna be a well, an old well, which the game told us not, and I repeat, not to put carrots down it. Now, you know, I mean, there's no way we could just not put carrots down it, right? But we have to find the old well first. Right or wrong? But why would you trust the game? Where, if I was a well placed near this transformer, the fuck was that? Vehicular man, did I kill something? Yeah. I was told to do something, but I can't find the well in here. Oh, wella. Tell me more, tell me more. Does he have his own bong? Tell me more, tell me more. Does she wear a weed thong? Ooh la, ooh la, ooh la, I'm saying well. If I was the well, I'd rather not exist. What does that mean? I'm gonna Google search it, guys. No, well, oh. I'm gonna Google search it, guys, because I can't find this well.
Where does Darth Vader go to buy shoes?
Where? Where? I don't know how to translate that to this game. Brother, same. The Darth Maul! Uncle Bam, how are you? It says this here. I'm gonna look up a picture. Steven, what are you eating? Defrog, be good. How are you? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Old well voices of the void. Location.
Hello everyone, I'm Death Awakener, and
Do it, Masuki. Oh, it's kind of right. Where's my game? Oh, guys, how did it get dark? It's actually up this way. It's in this forest area. Somewhere. So if you see a well, let me know. I got a carrot for you. That's in a suspicious place. No, it's between the trees. It's not. It's like near some trees. Whoa! Mado, I found it! You see a well! Oh my god, you guys are. Yeah. We found a well together, right? Okay. Uh-oh. I don't think that carrot technically made it. What are you guys doing here? Well, Chrome, hi. Guys, I don't think that one carrot made it. GG's, guys. We need to go buy another. I'm stuck. I think we need to go buy another carrot. Jump. No. I need to get another carrot first before we do. Well. How spooky. A little spooky. We played some really spooky games at the start, and now we're vibing to some Voices of the Void, which can go both ways on the spooky meter. Hope touching grass, more likely than you think, Darren. Oh my god, it's good to see you. I'm too tired. I know. Let me get home first before you fucking pass out. Holy shit, I just killed mannequins. Heen, how are you? Guys, Heen is a lovely streamer who you should totally take your peeksies if you wish. W. Oh no, I got my... That's okay. Foxway! No way but Foxway. We love Fox. Foxway! How are you doing? It's good to see you. Let me get home, Fox. I'm going home right here. Why is everything so dark in my base? Yo, I was Kami Quest. How's Kami Quest? Kami! I give you soft squishy hugs. I'm doing okay. I'm doing well. I'm hanging in there. I'm having a good eve. Happy to see you. I lost a tire somehow. I lost it. I'll figure out the tire later.
I knuckle fuck them all the way up to the palm, right up the butt cut, so they feel a burning sensation deep in the ass pussy like icy hot.
Why is there? Because I hurt myself. We start with Killfoot, but I didn't find with the gameplay, which this game is very well made. Would recommend.
So, I follow absolutely no type of team composition. If you want to give orders, give them to each other. Don't you
I'm gonna see how this works. That always sucks when you find a game. Oh, I need to sleep. Yes, Delta, always. My game is bored, I think. It's not letting me search signals. I've never had an issue with searching signals. No! Okay, it's okay. I'm hoping it's just a fluke. I'm not when I sleep. Why can't I sleep? Why can't I sleep? I'm so good. Yes, I do know what to do. Or some reference. But I'm like, it's 8. I'll just buy a coffee. I don't want the sleep demon. Oh, because I'm too hungry. What a weird game mechanic. How did I get money? Okay, we put that together. Is something ow! Everything's fine. I just need to eat. Okay, I'm sick of crackers. What else can I eat? Probably, yeah, I think you're right. I think I need to eat. Oh, shit. We should probably water our weed plants too. Okay. There's so guys, I'm gonna shred you. Okay, let's try now. W. Okay, maybe after a sleep, I'll be allowed to. I'll be allowed to search up signals. I don't think I'm being watched. It'll usually tell you if you can't get to sleep because you'll be like, I'll send something nearby. What was that notification? True. W referencing, by the way. Sorry. I like read it in my brain. But I've got food on my mind. All I can think about is food. All I can think about is wanting food. Okay, let's try this signal search again. New day and all of that, you know? Oh, and water our weed plants. Bites you. Oh, it's literally disappearing as I do it. Let's choose another one. I'll get the drone. I'll get you in a second, drone. I just need to figure out if there's something wrong with my machine because it's not allowing me to search shit. That's kind of pulsing fast. Why is the one stuck to my controller? Oh, it's like looking like it's disappearing. Man, get me a good signal. It's like actively disappearing in my eyes. Oh my god, yeah, we should chat more. We should. I'd love to, sweetheart. Guys, check out Foxway. You should check her out. She's a cool artist who used to be local to me. And it's really fun to be around. Miss you too, wowie. See this? Okay, this looks promising. This signal looks promising. It's so like thick. Is that my fault? I can't seem to read any signal, bro. Ping failed, weak or no signal. Nico, hi! I'm not. Vactag, I would kill for a cookie. Genuinely, I don't know what to do. I've My computer can't be broken. Oh, now you take it. Dude, it was so specific. Try a bigger triangle. I want to try a bigger doge. I'm sorry, that was crude of me. Much as possible. I feel like I never had to be that particular though. Alternatively, I could be just high. I'm gonna lose my mind if these What's good? Got news? I beat my seated leg press. Yo, Jaco! Wait, that's a massive W. I'm actually really proud of you. Hell yeah. I know. Why you gotta be so crude? Don't you know I'm... No fuel. Man, I'm gonna need new fuel. Actually, wait. Can't the mannequins be fuel? Can't the mannequins be fuel? On a better connection too. Screw those guys. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I could sell them for more money is the thing. But if I don't have to buy fuel, technically you could burn wood too. I believe. You know what? The basement is something that's we'll have to really tackle. Lucky Stripes, hi! I hope you're doing well. I'll burn some right now. Just cause oh Jesus Christ. Yeah. No, what the fuck? What happened to your car? Was it just not like W, we have a signal. What happened to your car, dude? There. There's 3 of you? I can't wait. I'm gonna make you out of garbage. I lost my tire too. Ba ba da ba bum. You're a pink pony girl. And you dance at the club, oh mama, and I was just having fun. A pink pony club. The wheel is broken? Man, guys, I'm hungry. I don't want to end stream, but I'm fucking hungry. We need to buy a carrot. I'm gonna buy a carrot. Yo, VOD. Hi, Leggy. How are you? Did you take a break? I know. But if I take a break, I'm gonna just want to like flop. I'm gonna eat and then flop. Is it Sleepy Friday? Yeah, today felt like a low energy day. Honestly. I can just order something and get something small delivered to me. Or keep snacks by your computer. I get paid soon, so I'll be able to buy snacks then. I've only really bought like full meals and stuff, or stuff to make meals out of. I don't have my snack pile is gone. I ate all. I had like a thing of nuts beside me. I keep forgetting to water the weed. God, I'm such a bad... They're dead. They're dead. No, because I keep forgetting. Sobs. Do I have more? Oh, please tell me. I have one more seed pack for the thingy. Zydra! I'm so sad. My weed has turned to hay. What is that? Okay, let's go get, at least it wasn't your children, true. We got one last carrot to put in the thing. You stay there, oh, that's what I wanted you, ow, I'm hungry. No, I'm not neglectful, I promise. Ow! No, Demetria, wouldn't deadweed be hemp? I guess so. Stop falling over! Wow, no, don't say that, Maxwell. That's so mean. I love kids. I love kids, Charlie. I love kids. Okay, well, I fucked up the plan. So I guess I don't really need to. I don't really need you.
7. Also hope, LWK, you should play Earthbound FRFR.
Afar. Really now? Goodness, why does your head hurt? Oh, what have you done? Okay, now I have 7 carrots. 7 carrots. 7 carrots is all I have left to spare. Oh, I don't know, or both. Bro, no. You think you might have COVID? Well-based mistake. Oh my god, you're so funny. Oh no, or both? That's fair. Oh, get some rest. Make sure you're hydrating, even though, like, I suck at hydrating when I'm sick. I truly do. Why does my car feel weird? Oh, nice. I feel like normally it's faster, is it not? Oh, wait, really? That's a W. W Germany. Okay, we're almost there. We have the last carrot. Where was the well again? It was like... Oh, it's right here. It's right here. This place is so much easier to see in the daytime. All right. What is that? Hello? I see. The celebration is upon us once more. You, mortal, you must assist me in finding the 12 eggs of Easter scattered far and wide across this region before it is too late. The spirit of Easter lies in your hands and your hands alone. Take this artifact. Most sacred of eggs, it can guide you. Have been hidden away. A dire warning, however, you must resist the temptation to feast upon the sweet flesh of the eggs. No matter the circumstance, one must not eat the eggs. Oh, now go forth, but take upon yourself as the savior of Easter, and fear not, for I will reward you handsomely. What? What is this? Eats you. Alien bunny. I love it. Cosmic key hidden away atop the tower that maps the Star of William. What the fuck does that? The Star of William? What do you mean? It's on a tower, but hidden away atop the tower. The egg by friends beyond the stars found near their home amongst the trees. Oh, I know where that egg is. That egg is over here. Oh, we got a little cheeky little egg hunt. I should have drove. Why didn't I drive here? Is it inside? It's paper mache. Is she the one that's building the aliens? Yeah. Is that an egg? Well, I certainly can't eat it, so... If you were an Easter egg... where would you be? Where would you go? Am I reading this right? The egg by friends beyond the stars found near their home amongst the trees. You'll know? I feel like I'm going too far from the location. Hello? You seen any eggs? So no eggs. What? I don't think I know. Do you think it's small? I feel like I should bring my car over. But it's to wash you. 'Cause you're all stinkies. The place I can't. No, that's fine. That's fine. If only Attic didn't have university work. Glorp slam. Where's my car? Hey. Dude, Bunny, Easter Bunny, your shit's hard to find. I don't like this. Dude, my car is not where I parked it. I should just look up what they look like. It said among the trees, right? Oh, I should cheese it. No, Zats, I swear I don't have it. Among the trees. And I'm not allowed to eat it no matter how good it looks. No, I'm sorry. Now that you're crying, I feel bad. I would never make a good thief. My conscience would kick in so fast. Guys, fuck the. Where did my tire go? This game's dumb. And it auto-saved for me right when I lost my tire. I'm gonna lose my mind, guys. I'm actually gonna lose my mind. Where? Right now? Right now? Right, it's a ripe pine cone. Hi, Bison. Dude, my tire. My tire, though. How am I supposed to get home? Dude, fuck this egg quest that I was on. Now where's my car? Oh, okay, here. I'll still look. I'm still looking around. Durability at 0? You gotta be kidding me. This is so, I don't like the Easter event. No spookies. Okay. A small car. Man, I'll look for something. A very funny egg nestled close to the cave where the blade hand sleeps. What the shit is a blade hand? I don't even know who Blade Hand is. Monument. Under where the dreaming world is entered? Where this journey began. Our Lambo's small, maybe a small, let's have a cheeky little small, I think one of them is under the bed. Let's just go home. I have 12 fuel anyways. I'm gonna buy fuel because I don't know. I don't know. And then I'll a repair kit. Guys, you gotta stop following me out here. I literally can't turn. Please, I wanna get home. Hold on, what the fuck? Guys, I think I hear an ice cream truck outside. Where is... Yes. Oh, he screamed. I can't get that video out of the head where the guy like drives up for ice cream. It's like scream for free ice cream and he goes like, ah, ah, like just so like fucking loud. And she's like, ah, yay, ice cream. And he's just like terrified screaming. Okay, okay. Oh my god. We made it home. I could not be more thankful to be home. I'm gonna take the battery out. We're gonna recharge it. I'm never leaving this base ever again. You're supposed to be plugged in. Oh, it's charging, I think, right? Yeah. How will you bow 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 it's bow 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 but the bow 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 and the bow bow bow. Bow 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 bow. It's bow to bow to bow to bow now bow but the bow to bow to bow to bow now down and a little. Mama, never sleep, Bow Bow. Only exist. Show them your free will. I did it.
Would you rather have a Lambo or a free lifetime supply of tacos?
Free lifetime sample. What the fuck? I can't talk, guys.
He killed 27 children and crippled 5.
Clinically insane, Your Honor.
Mr. Goofy, this is not a laughing matter. Mr. Goofy, what do you have to say for yourself?
Free tacos for lifetime. What do you mean? I would never have to like. That's like a food supply. That's amazing. Gosh, I did it.
Fine. You have 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes.
He'll fucking do it again. Yes, you know it, Evie. But I did. Of course, yeah, we all fucking know you did it. That's my favorite one. Yeah, we all fucking know you did it. Oh my god, is my computer lagging? Murder!
The demons told me to.
Guilty.
I can't wait to burn the mannequins, I promise you. Stop! Trust. For some reason, the one is attached to my cursor. I don't know how to get it to not attach. This saves me from dragging the one over, but I still. Lagging? Oh my god, thank you, Alex. Shit, I wonder if I should order something. Nah, I'll be good. I'll make my super duper wrap. Error failed. No, you were supposed to go to the right. Good Hope, make your RAM. But I sometimes get lazy when I get tired of cooking for myself. Oh, it's a little...
to buy the Lamborghini Aventador LP 780 to 4 Ultimi with Hope's credit card.
No! I don't even think you could charge an entire, like, thing on that. Dwayne, let me come over for food. The balling. Dusk. W. Stop. Are you? Shut up. Oh. I would touch myself while eating Cinnabons. That's how good they are. I don't know how to upgrade this. I want to upgrade so I can have better sound quality. I would touch you while you can't just you can't just say that to someone. I do know the store, but we're getting another hamburger. Actually, nuggets this time, because they're cheap. What else did I say I needed? Oh, I was just gonna buy fuel. Upgrades. Jippy Zoom! Hands off my Cinnabons! Bro, Wolfen, I would... If you had Cinnabons, I would look you straight in the eye and shove them up my... Oh my god, that wasn't my door. Oh my god, that wasn't my door. Almost shit myself, guys. It's not the detector, is it?
I mean, I knew you
Probably
would.
for the best.
I have come.
I need a... Let me pause real quick. Upgrades, Vatava. How fast did higher levels reduce the chance of errors when pinging? Oh, sensor success rate. Okay. Detector higher levels makes the single object quality better, high resolution. Detector quality. Faster radar sweeps. Signal autosave. Processed and refined for up to a maximum level 3? Yeah, I have level 3. How do I know? But how do you know something's level 3 is my question. In my head, I guess. How do I know what level I signal processed something in VOD? One dot. Oh, there's different dots? I have all the
And you go
upgrades
over
for
here to your
it.
computer, and first you need a module. You need the automatic signal processing
Yeah.
module, which is around $90 or like $100, depending on your game difficulty settings.
Okay, Beef
And then
Cat,
under
you can have
upgrades, you need to
cheeseburger.
go down to the bottom. You need to upgrade your
Good night,
processing level to
Sods.
at least
Big
level 1
snuggles.
to get level 1.
Okay.
If you want it to be level 2, you need 2 upgrades here, and if you want it to be all the way to level 3, so are upgraded. You'll be level 3, and then you'll be able to press start. Otherwise, without this one down...
Wait, and it's supposed to have 3 dots? How do you know how to change it? Like how, sorry, I just don't understand. Am I missing something? Duskies! Cheese barber. I'm having nuggets right now. In game only though. So I need to figure that. There we go. Thank you. I need to figure out. That has 1 dot on it. Import. You think like it would show up on the lights, right? What does target level nan mean? I'm gonna text Attic at this point, or Mega. Because I want the higher processing so I can make more money. That's the thing. Attic, come help me. Fuck ad breaks. How do I change the because I want to make stronger signals, right? And I leveled up signal processing to 3 out of 3, right? So I should be able to throw it in this machine, right? And it'll how do I make sure it's processing level 3? Because it only pumped out, when I did the thing again, I'll show you. Oh, wait, what's wrong with my thing now? What's wrong with my thing now? Wait, it stole my signal. Oh, there, see? It's at what max computing level. What does that mean? Oh, sorry. What? Sorry, I ate the signal. Big circle. There. Big circle. Hi, sweetie. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you? Big Merps. Hi, sweetheart. How was your stream? How was Quake? W Quake. What's that face for Delta? Friends, welcome on in Big Circles. If you don't know who I am, my name is Hope. I play a variety of games and I play horror games / Vatva on Fridays, and I smoke weed or drink wine. I love you guys. Merp! W circles, guys. W circles. Baxel, hi, what's shaking? 10 second Big Circle. His streams are the best. Is it broken? Fucking love circles. He needs to get bigger. Hello, good night. Hello, good night. Is it like, do I need like a physical upgrade? Like, do I need to put something? Automatic polarity? Do I need like a thing? What is it? Where do I buy it? In here? I keep losing every run on day 3 to hunger. There's food. You get sent food, sweetie. And there's some food in your fridge too. Automatical process. What's the one you're telling me? Log tapes. Automatic signal. 135. I can't afford it. What the? Did you guys touch this?
Hello, Mr. Rubiness. It's nice to meet you, but it's even better to meet me. My name is Sniper Smurf. I have 290 hours with
Thank you again for the raid, sweetheart. Circle, if you gotta go eat, do what you or like rest.
Bastion is a way of life for me. Go in there, I bend them over, I open their cheeks nice and wide, I get a nice clear view of the colon, prostate, and the coccyx, and I knuckle fuck them all the way up to the palm.
Okay, it's filtering now.
Until they feel a burning sensation deep in the ass pussy like icy hot. Bastion is a way of life for me. I never change.
Yeah, get comfy.
At any point during the match you want me to change characters, I gladly suggest you go fuck yourself. I follow absolutely no type of team.
Yeah, I always will, especially when I get a raid from you. Well, shit on my dick.
It's straight up their ass. Now let's go, team.
All the way to level 3. Oh, that would help a lot, honestly.
This kitchen is so hard to clean. If only there was an easier way.
Honestly, I think W upgrade then. So I think I do that. Where's my fuel that I got? A pipe bomb. And a lot of it's the best. Yeah, okay, thank you. I appreciate you helping me out. Also, Attic, I got an Easter egg hunt, but I don't know how to find all the eggs. We did suggest one was under. Oh, it's glowing. Whoa, it looks so edible. Oh, okay, okay. Wait, if it's that glowing, how come we can barely see the... Okay, how do I cross? Can I write in this journal?
Shut the hell up, bitch.
Adorable. Dreaming world. I got number 5. Wait, the Star of... That maps the Star of William. Nobody knows what that means. Nobody knows the Tower Star William. Nobody knows what that means, dude. You think so?
I know it's our job to help this guy and everything, but I think this guy's a lost cause. He's obviously made up his mind. Why don't we just cut our losses and get out of here?
What would the star? I would literally have to Google. Genuinely, I'd have to Google Star of William. Oh, Alan, we are so fun. Oh, Alan! Alan! Help me, Alan! Okay, let's sleep. I need to sleep because I can't get anything done if I'm this tired. So we'll sleep. You did? What does that mean? What now? Hello? Hello, is there anybody nearby?
Ceramic pipe, foil pipe, bamboo pipe,
Hello?
reverse pipe, wooden pipe, nuclear peepee.
Oh, that stupid fuck. You and I! Did they like suck major balls? Hello? I end up sleeping after. No, that's okay, Triple. You deserve it. Today is low key, like a low energy day. I can't seem to get my energy up today either. So like, shit, I don't. Oh yeah. What do you mean this object's fine? Last week there were only 2, but now you got a 3rd. I think I have 4 now, Doge. Okay, so that doesn't have any use. I got that Windows Defender where it gave me such a hard car that I've felt not good sound. Oh my god, really? Oh no, were you like worried like shit was going down? You're like, oh fuck, I'm hacked for sure. That's one, thank you. Although I need to build another tire. Or either build or like repair it. I need another repair kit. Okay, we're gonna send the machine. Nobody can see shit out here. Repair kit? Wait, how do you get a repair kit in this game? I was certain I somehow got T-Creed. Oh, nobody wants to get T-Creed. I feel you. Toolbox, that's what it's called. Make it if we try, just the two. It's $100. Nobody is. Oh, I can't even go to sleep. I have an event. I know I'm tired. Guys, you know what sucks is I might have to end soon because I'm hungry as shit. I truly am. Is your furnace on? Is that okay? Twilight! Hi, sweetheart! What's in there? Did you guys see that? Dude, Cabin, how are you? It's gonna see if they can. What were you, SpongeBob? How was Spongy Bob? I'm sleepy. Only you just looked. How? Info. Gas amounts. I burnt so much wood in there. I love you, Capit. I hope you're doing. Friends, check out Capit. They got a cool new model and everything. Plays lots of fun games. Sometimes with one of my besties, V. What the fuck is that? Alex. Everyone is looking at Alex. Oh my god, that's so funny. I absolutely hate that. Thanks. Yeah, oh my god, yeah, do your nap. Take care of yourself, boo. I'll see you around, sweetie. We'll have to chit chat more. Or hang out, or play spooky games with the V. It's such a nap-filled day. Math, what is that emote? Get in, bro. How did your friend get in so easily, but not you? Ow, it hit my head. I don't. I'm trying to make money right now. I'm so broke right now. He's halfway in. That's okay. Oh yeah, bro doesn't want in. Didn't know I was on that. One of these is gonna start screaming. I'm gonna die right then and there. Oh, would you shit yourself? I'd probably shit myself too. Okay, now that that's taken care of. I wanna find. What did I try? Oh, because I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind, IRL, guys. I truly am. We'll order food.
Now that that's taken care of, greater than put some UFO porn.
Yeah, exactly. W chicken nuggets, the best food in this game. Wait, oh, now we can check out that level. It's stunning. Stop. It's at 2. So put it back in and hit start again. There we go.
straight up the fucking
I don't know why, but the song I'm 99% sure is as entered my brain. I glued my balls to my butthole again. What? W song. It's so dark out here. Yeah. I've been doing so much hard work on my base. You'd be so proud of me. Hey. Oh my god, I can't, please. What was I doing? This. Oh no, I'm starting to see food. I'm starting to see food, like, because I'm hungry. Garbage, paper sheet, W. Oh, actually take this hay bundle. I don't know what it does, but have fun with it, I guess. Hi, husband. Guys, it's husband's birthday. Say happy birthday to husband. Happy birthday, husband. I'm supposed to make 9 still. No, I haven't. It's 3. Wait, so I can listen to this back. It's nothing. Happy birthday, Birth Martin! Yeah! Hope thanks, rabbits. Shush, don't tell. That was just that one time. Well, lady doesn't want my life. Watch her use a better name. Watch the office. What the fuck? Oh, Berserker, happy birthday! The best.
Hello, it's the Rubiness. It's nice to meet you, but it's even better to meet me. My name is Sniper Smurf. I have 290 hours with Bastion in total, and I specialize in sticking it straight up the fucking culo. Bastion is a way of life for me. Go in there, I bend them over, I open their cheeks nice and wide, I get a nice clear view of the colon, prostate, and the coccyx, and I knuckle fuck them all the way up to the palm, right up the butt cut, so they feel a burning sensation deep in the ass pussy like icy hot. Bastion is a way of life for me. I never change my character, fuck you. If at any point during the match you want me to change characters, I gladly suggest you go fuck yourself. I follow absolutely no type of team composition. If you want to give orders, give them to each other. Don't you dare bring that shit to me. All I know how to do is go in there, get a lot of poo-poo on my Peter,
and a lot of shit on my dick.
I'm sticking it straight up their ass.
From straight team. Let's go, team. It's Overwatch. That's all you gotta need. That's all you gotta need to know. Yes, I love this one. If I could show you it, the meme is like, it's like, it is what it is. MFers when they've had the worst day ever.
Blows up pancakes with mine.
Hi, it's fits with slap chop. You're gonna be in a
And you gotta suck my motherfucking.
one slap, you got big chunks for stews. 2 slaps, home fries in a second. And look at this. Would you add a mushroom?
Ping failed? What do you mean? Oh, that's 100% failing. My bad. My fucking bad.
Salad. I love pizza too, but once in a while, get the veggies in. At least throw it on top of the pizza. This tuna looks boring. Stop having a boring tuna. Stop having a boring life. Here's a hard-boiled egg. One chop, you add the pickle, you add the green onion. And then what you can do, you can mix things.
I'd fire? What do you mean? Look, lock in, lock in. Get it in before this thing disappears.
Watch this. You can do everything in the cover. It's so easy. One finger. Kids can do it. They're gonna charge you $1 for toppings.
It's not worth it.
What about fruit? Put a mango.
They're gonna charge you $1 for toppings, Attic.
So easy to clean. One.
It's so easy to clean.
Soap and to clean. Now these other ones, bacteria gets in the food. Can't open this up. It's worthless. Forget about it. Now take the slap chop. All right,
Stop having a boring life. Stop having a boring wife.
making you cry and making me cry. Life's hard enough as it is. You don't want to cry.
I'd play more for a good topping. That's crazy.
The skin comes right off. We're gonna make America skinny again. One slap at a time. When you buy the slap.
One slap at a time. Okay, I'm truly hungry. I'm gonna lose my mind if I don't eat. Ride wife, life good.
Bikini comes with 2 blades. Just
What do you mean that's weak? Explain.
with a cover. Stay sealed. Put it in the fridge. Take it out when you need it. The slap chop sells for $19.95. But if you call now, within the next 20 minutes, because you know we can't do this all day, you're gonna get the Grady absolutely free.
Explain.
Here's how to order.
Semen pipe, Mario pipe, rubber pipe, Lego pipe, bedrock pipe, glass pipe,
Metal pipe.
jello pipe, ceramic pipe, foil pipe, bamboo pipe,
Carboar pipe.
reverse pipe, wooden pipe,
Weak,
nuclear
subpar,
pee-pee.
unfocused, not vibing, gormless even.
That's how it's feel like. What do you mean?
Well, golly, I understand that the prosecution has.
Where's my cursor?
But ask yourself.
Thank God it succeeded.
Would I have recorded going to see him alone that night? Wouldn't I have wanted to cover that up? Doesn't this speak that I've been framed? My name written in the ledger of the motel.
Thank you for the follow, pony parties.
Glittery ink.
Wife, God, think about wife. Regret, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've been watching me in a really toxic situation for
This mannequin, I don't think it is.
and nobody.
What makes you think it's following me?
I understand there's a gender dynamic, but Miss Piggy is 4 or 5 times my physical size. She's incredibly strong, and
Brother, relax. I feel you up my asshole. Oh, fuck. No, I want to wait till the shadow lights. I'm gonna lose my mind if I crash my face into that one more time. Literally, I saw it. I want to fuck with auto mod so it's less.
At first you had my curiosity, but now you have my erection.
You mean your attention?
You all know what I'm about.
Whoa! Gohan isn't that old. Relax. He's just a kid. Guys, W Gohan though. Gohan decides. Gohan like invents a form or something called like beast mode. Like I think it's this beast mode or whatever. And it's like better than any of his Super Saiyan modes. Can you turn the room light off and back on in here? Okay. 1 second.
Don't think that carrot big because carrot big leaf, because small leaf carrot big, not leaf big size. Sometime, on way to successful, first of steps of all of the steps to being successful steps are hardest of all of the steps to success.
In here?
Steps. Just because every one person going in one directional way does not mean you are going to the directional direction to which every person which is going in. Go in your own independent in which way you are going in.
What did it do?
Live everything pencil and
What happened?
Pencil is going smoothly. But then
I need to go to bed before the sleep monster dicks me in my ass. Guys, I keep saying I'm so hungry. I'm so addicted to this game though. Help me. I should just order food at this point. I should just say fuck it. What if I order? Just say fuck it. No, I should make my full ass wrap and enjoy my chicken ram. Guys, I can't help it. This game is so good. I get it now. Oh, that yellow orb is such an asshole. Ah! Whoa, where did it go? It's just like... Dwin, I'm sorry, I'm behaving myself. What is that face for, Dwin? Don't fuck it. Oh my god. Ah, Dwin. Ah. Let me go get the stuff and then yeah, I'll go eat. You saw the lights that stop me, turn to song, shining when I'm alone. And I tell myself that I'll be strong.
Why do you have flyers, Elmo? I'm definitely not gonna open the door.
Elmo, shut the fuck up! Open the door! That is my vocal stim, is the whole Elmo stuff.
Elmo dropped the flyers, I dropped the guns. Okay, you drop both of them, I will open the door, okay?
What's up, motherfucker? I told you I dropped the gun, but I fucking lied.
Told you I dropped the gun, but I fucking lied. Okay. Here is I stop. Do what you're gonna do. No, I got, well. I'm gonna eat food. I'm gonna wrap up stream and eat food. If that's okay with y'all, if you don't mind. If you don't mind. Absolutely am famished, one might say. Man, I feel like stream went by so fast though. I feel like I genuinely just started streaming. Like there was no... Let's do this one. Friends, I will miss you. I will miss you. Give me no smooches immediately. I'm not, well, that's how I felt like. I almost got locked into it. I did. I pulled myself out, but I got locked in this trap. In my head, I was like, okay, I'll just do 3 more drives at level 3 and see what that's like, you know? Or I'll get enough money to get the upgrade that I want and then I'll end. Like, it's just... Spray with cold water. Yeah, that's how it is. That's how it is. Ugh. I'll miss you guys, though, so much. The bacteria, like, go get a wrap. Okay, I will. It's really good. I make this shit out of the wraps. I'm actually kind of excited for it. Oh, it's gonna be, oh, I don't have any more mayonnaise. Oh, fuck. It might just be a buffalo sauce wrap then. I usually like adding mayonnaise and buffalo sauce at the same time, but that's okay, that's okay. W stream? Guys, rate the stream, rate the stream. Was it a W stream or L stream? W, thank you. No mayo, no point. Fucking, I'll just 67. 6-7 was kind of mid. Now that you ask, Elf. No. And guys, if you ever want, do I have my YouTube channel linked? I started actually posting some highlights on my main channel. They're like not as edited. When I get like a full like editor, maybe they'll be edited. But like if you ever want to see like the most fun games I've had on in stream, then you should like check that out.
Shut the
I
hell
just
up,
stayed
bitch.
to watch the train wreck, honestly. Hope, is that a Discord? I see it down below. Hope, is that a Discord? Yeah, you could always join the Discord. I try to say hi and do there. We do Saturday like movie evenings or anime evenings. We have Free Run 2 to watch because we all watched Free Run 1 together. And then I should start that up soon again. I just got extremely busy. But we plan to watch the Mario Galaxy movie again. The same, see you. You're so mean to me, guys. Who's actually streaming right now so I could give them a W raid? I haven't said Vixie. There's no way Vixie is still alive. Give them an L raid. Either raid Vixie or honestly, I don't think I've raided Drinwin in a minute, so I wouldn't mind. I don't think I've raided Nazra in a minute. Linus, Roxy, go live and I'll raid you. Linus text him and I'll raid Joe Cat. I'll raid. No, little peepee, I'm so sorry. L Twitch, honestly. What is People of Note? Oh, that's a music game. Guys, I'm so hungry. I can't spend this long on choosing. Who got my last raid? Okay, hold on. Oh, shit. Wow, Doge, you're so mean to me. But Doge, I'm playing Pragmata tomorrow. Your favorite game. Hold on. Her sister was a witch, right? And what was her sister? A princess. Give me like 3 minutes. Oh my god, I'm so hungry. I will. Oh my god. It's okay, it'll give me time to look at something actually. I'm about to eat my friends at this point. Cause they would too. Would my friends eat me if given the chance? They are. No, you're not. You're supposed to say no. I'm well behaved. Because I have phantom pussy. Who's getting eaten? My friends, if I don't get food in a second. I'm just waiting for some last minute people to get there. Mom, why are you crying? Cause my chat's mean to me. Chat's mean to me. Get over it, Bill. No. Yes, little PP got a streak. Okay, there's your 110. Thank you so much. All right, guys, I might say maybe Nazra. Man, I feel bad. I'm gonna hit my girl up Drinwin with a shout out really quickly because I love her to pieces and you should totally check her out because she's also streaming right now. But I think I want to hit Nazra with a raid because Nazra just kind of came back to streaming after recovering after surgery. And I don't think I've raided her since her coming back. Also, I'm biased and you should totally check out Vixie, who I absolutely love and I want to raid again soon. We have a raid. She doesn't know it. But we have a raid war going on. And she's put the raid in my court. Like, now it's my turn to raid her kind of thing. So I have to get her with another raid too. But for now, let's say hi to Nazra Mitra. W friend, W streamer, W everything. You guys are a W chat too. Thank you so much for hanging out today. I love and appreciate you. I'm gonna absolutely devour the shit out of a sub. So I'm gonna do that. Y'all, thank you so much for spending time. If you swing by tomorrow, we're gonna start our playthrough of Pragmata. Saturday is gonna be our Pragmata gameplay from now that we finished Resident Evil 9, even though I would totally play Resident Evil 9 again. That was such a great game. And then Sunday we'll do more Death Stranding 2, which will be fun. Bye, Digi Artist. Thank you so much for joining me today. Mizuki, hi. Malcaris. Wait, I need a clips you. There we go. I needed a raid message. I don't know. I panicked. You know Nazra, Malky. We're gonna say hi to Nazra. All right. I love you guys. Thank you. I'm sorry, Alice. I'll be around. I'll be back tomorrow. I promise. Stay tuned for I'm gonna upload this VOD today on the other channel and the Betrayal Blood. Thank you for the follow. It's dangerous to go. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I love you guys so much. Thank you so much. Bye.
Is that Hope?